Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order Monday, August 2nd, 2021. Thank you for joining us this evening. Start our meeting as we always do with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please stand and join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Once again, good evening. Thanks for joining us. We have a typically busy agenda once again this evening, and we'll start it first with our roll call of our council members. And we have one more acting council secretary evening with us, and Amy Larson is with us to do the duties this evening and the honors. So thank you very much for being here. Amy, if you could please call the roll.
Beloga. Carter.
Present.
Coulter.
Present.
Lohman.
Here.
Martin.
Present.
Nelson.
Here.
Mayor Bussey.
Here. Let the record show 6 of the 7 council members are present and accounted for here, and I'm sure Councilmember Beloga is just coming on board. And I'll let the record show also that I identified you as Amy Larson. I apologize. It's Kim Larson. My bad. I think I know an Amy Larson in another life, so I apologize for that, Kim. So, yes. Item 3 on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Council, anything to add or move along or around on tonight's agenda? If not, I would...
You got it.
Mr. Verbrugge.
I was just going to ask Mr. Mayor if we could move the COVID update to the top of the meeting. That's on introductory. Dr. Kelly will be providing the update, and he has another commitment at 6:30. We want to get him freed up for that presentation.
Very good. Are there any other changes? So if not, I would move approval of the agenda, which moves item 5.4 up to ahead of public comment. So we have that at the beginning of the meeting so we can get the COVID update and Dr. Kelly on his way to another meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Councilmember Coulter to accept tonight's agenda as stated. Hearing no further comments, Ms. Larson.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Item 5.4 on our adjusted agenda is an update on COVID-19. And Dr. Kelly, I'd like to say it's good to see you again because I haven't seen you for a while, but I'm disappointed to see you again because that means we're back in the throes of COVID, as you can see from everyone here at the council dais wearing masks and following the CDC guidelines as they apply to Hennepin County and many other counties in the state of Minnesota. So good evening, Dr. Kelly. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm back tonight to talk COVID-19 as some things have changed. First off, you're wearing masks in the council chambers. Last week, the CDC updated its public health guidance for fully vaccinated individuals, recommending that fully vaccinated public settings indoors in areas of substantial or high transmission. The CDC defines substantial transmission as between 50 to 99 new cases per 100,000 people in the last 7 days. High transmission is more than 100 new cases per 100,000 people in the last 7 days. CDC provides this data at the county level, in part recognizing the movement of people between cities, and the size of most counties makes this data comparable across the country. Hennepin County, as of this afternoon, was at 65 cases per 100,000, which was up 70% in the past week. Throughout this pandemic, we've diligently followed CDC and MDH guidance to protect our community. Thus, we're requiring staff working in city facilities to wear a mask in public areas and urging the community to wear masks in public too. This guidance from the CDC is based on a cluster of cases with the Delta variant. We're seeing cases rise rapidly and fall rapidly. If this trend holds, I would anticipate Hennepin County being above 50 cases per 100,000 for a relatively short period of time. We are also seeing an increase in vaccine breakthrough cases. This is to be expected as the number of fully vaccinated individuals grows daily, and breakthrough cases are appearing in areas of substantial or high transmission. The dominant variant of COVID-19 in Minnesota and in the US is the Delta. Delta is a different strain of COVID than we've seen in the past. It spreads much quicker, may have increased severity, and we are seeing some decreases in how the vaccine protects against Delta. We're also seeing evidence that those with immune compromising conditions may have reduced protection. I would expect this will lead to boosters for some populations down the road. So far, federal officials have not authorized or recommended this yet. Delta has led the CDC to strengthen its recommendation for those fully vaccinated to wear a mask regardless of transmission level if they are at increased risk for severe disease with COVID-19, share a household with someone who's at increased risk, or are immune compromised or unvaccinated. While the headlines in the past week have been alarming, the data is actually reassuring. Authorized vaccines for COVID-19 are doing their job, preventing nearly all deaths, almost all hospitalizations, and most cases among fully vaccinated individuals. Breakthrough cases among symptomatic or asymptomatic vaccinated individuals may be infectious as an unvaccinated case. Thus, the recommendation for those that have been fully vaccinated to mask up in areas of substantial or high transmission because the risk of breakthroughs increase. Our vaccine coverage in Bloomington is pretty good. I do not expect a surge in hospitalizations or deaths that we've seen in the past. We may see some increase in hospitalizations and some deaths, but it won't be at the magnitude that we've seen in previous peaks with COVID-19. While it's relatively easy for us to talk numbers, it's important to remember that these numbers are our neighbors. We must not forget that every one of them is a member of our community. Vaccine coverage rates in Bloomington are good. We estimate that 76% of our neighbors, kids over 12 and above, are fully vaccinated with COVID-19's vaccines. This means that about 20% of our eligible population and all of our children under the age of 11 are not protected by a vaccine. We urge everybody to continue to take steps to minimize your risk with COVID-19, and that starts with being vaccinated. Evaluate your mask usage. Are you wearing it right? Think about how you manage risks of COVID-19 exposure. You may want to pause high-risk activities while cases are high. Many of you had just gotten used to not wearing a mask and are now being asked to wear one again. I recognize this is not ideal, but it's a mitigation that we can do temporarily to add another layer of protection in this dynamic situation. Once the smoke clears, go spend some time outside in our beautiful community where you can take your mask off. Take care of yourself and be kind. Recent developments in COVID guidance, the heat, the wildfire smoke have a lot of people stressed. Acknowledge that and look at how you're coping. What are your strategies for that? We have tips on our website to help you manage these stressors. I continue to rely on walks in nature to help me cope. We're fortunate to have these amazing places within the city of Bloomington to do that. And those tall trees I've seen standing there for decades remind me of the importance of roots. And we have strong roots in this community and that we can weather more than we ever imagined. We're going to get through this. This is a temporary change, and it's something that we can do to protect each other in our community.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Council, any questions for Dr. Kelly this evening? Now, Dr. Kelly, you said that Bloomington, we have a fairly robust rate of vaccination here in the community. Could you remind us again of those numbers, those percentages of folks who are vaccinated?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, our vaccine coverage in Bloomington for individuals 12 and up, so all adults and our children ages 12 and up, we estimated it's about 76%. About 79% have had at least one dose, 76% fully vaccinated. We continue to see some disparities in vaccine coverage. So our younger aged, so under 18, our vaccine coverage is less than it is above 18. And we have lower vaccine coverage in our Black, non-Hispanic, and Hispanic communities than we have in our white, non-Hispanic, and Asian communities.
And I think it's important to note, and you've talked about it in the past, that so if we have a 76% vaccination rate, the 24% who are not vaccinated, in that number is everyone in the city under the age of 11. And with school in the offing, it's that's a dangerous and kind of a concerning issue ahead of us, I think.
It's actually a little higher than that, Mayor. That 24% would be individuals 12 and above not vaccinated. And then we have all of our children under the age 11 and under to add to that.
I didn't realize they weren't added into that number. All right, thank you. Council, any additional questions? If not, thank you, Dr. Kelly. Appreciate the update. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Nelson. I didn't see your hand up there. I'm sorry. Councilmember Nelson.
No problem, Mayor. It's hard on the virtual stuff. So you just talked about younger children and just wondering if there's any additional information on when or if they may be eligible. I know there's some testing going on. Second question I had was for boosters. I know I spoke to this when we talked about tobacco and things like that, but my mother is got a respiratory COPD and is at very high risk. And so I'm just curious about booster shots, what you're hearing about that, because I know these things apply to a lot in our community. We have a lot of people with young children. We have a lot of people with older parents or who are older in our community. And just any idea or any, what's the latest that you're hearing on those issues and when they may either be eligible or have boosters or any of that type of stuff?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember
Kelly.
Nelson. We don't fully know. So the FDA asked the manufacturers to do a little bit additional work to ensure the issues with myocarditis that we saw in our young teens getting vaccinated is we fully understand that before it's authorized for children even younger. So Pfizer indicates that they will have data sometime in September, Moderna shortly after that, and the FDA will process it the same way they've processed everything else, as quickly as they can, but not taking any shortcuts or cutting corners, so that our public can be incredibly confident in the regulatory approach. The similar process is happening with boosters, and so the boosters are been discussed already at an ACIP meeting. There's more back and forth and conversations that need to occur with the FDA and CDC to kind of figure out the next steps on that. So I don't know a timeline for boosters. We've seen some movement around the world with boosters, but it's this is going to be a longer term reality for us, that Delta is not going to be our last variant that pops up that we need to be managing. And the fastest way for us to manage that is to get the rest of the world vaccinated. So it becomes a very complicated question when you're looking at the majority of the world not vaccinated. And in some countries in Europe have already started to talk about a third dose, and that's causing some challenges.
Anything else, Councilmember Nelson?
No, I'm good. I appreciate that, Dr. Kelly. And it seems to me that the key thing is for those that can to get vaccinated, and that'll get us to a better spot as quickly as possible, as opposed to focusing on boosters and things like that. So anyone in the community that hasn't yet, where can people get vaccines at this point?
Councilmember Nelson, vaccines are available in many locations in the community. Our public health department is offering clinics once a week. This coming week, we're shifting to Tuesdays. Vaccines are still available at the phenomenal clinic at the Mall of America. And many of our healthcare partners and providers, including local pharmacies, have vaccines. The easiest way to get them is go to vaccines.gov, look up the zip code, the type of vaccine you want, and make an appointment. It is become incredibly easy to get a vaccine in our community.
Council, any additional questions? If not, thanks, Dr. Kelly. Greatly appreciated, and look forward to seeing you again, and hopefully very soon with better news. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
As we move on with our agenda this evening, I want to double back and welcome Councilmember Beloga. It looks like he's wrestled his technical issues to the ground and is able to join us now. So good evening, Jack. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Always fun to deal with technology.
It is.
My thanks to Chris Wilson for walking me through it and bearing along with me the many tries. So.
Very good. We'll move on with our agenda, which is item 4, our public comment period. It's a 20-minute period at each council meeting where we allow members of the public to address the council on issues not on tonight's agenda. We break it down into 2 different parts. Item 4.1 is a response to the prior meeting's public comments, and that's where we will start. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Good evening. At the previous meeting, we had several folks that appeared before the council, 2 of whom asked specific questions that required some follow-up. Mr. Michael Picard has been before the council on a couple of occasions related to his home being adjacent to Dwan Golf Course and experiencing damage from an errant golf ball. He asked several questions. One had to do with how many calls does Dwan get for off-property claims. I don't have the specific number of calls that we get, but I do know that between Dwan and Highland, at least over the last 15 years or so, maybe more, 20 years, that there have only been 2 claims that have been filed with the city. One related to Highland Golf Course and then Mr. Picard's at Dwan. So this is not anything approaching a frequent issue. It's not even an infrequent issue. It has happened rarely. And the question about anyone having a covenant regarding assumed risk, there's no knowledge by anybody here at the city that there have been any covenants that have been signed with property owners adjacent to the golf course in this regard. The only way for us to know that actually would be to do deed searches and find out if anything predating us is there that we're unaware of. And then finally, he asked who the neutral, unbiased person is that he can contact to mediate his issue. And I would suggest that having his insurance company act in that regard may not necessarily be unbiased, but would provide the best representation for him. There is also the possibility for anybody in the community, whether it's in a dispute like this or a question regarding the city or neighbor-to-neighbor disputes, that there are mediators that are available, and so a mediator is the truest and most neutral and biased person for these types of situations where there is a dispute where 2 parties just can't seem to work out their differences. We also had a question, several questions from Mr. Andrew Thule regarding a postcard that was sent out doing a survey. And Mr. Thule is correct. We did have a misprint in the postcard for the website, and we're to direct folks to, and our staff was aware of that as soon as the postcard was printed or mailed out once they saw it out there. So we used all our communications outlets to make sure that we were getting the word out about that survey. He asked who did or is doing the survey. And it wasn't a survey so much as it was questions that are on our Let's Talk Bloomington page, which is the online engagement tool that we have been using for some time now at the city of Bloomington. And he asked where the $20 gift card was coming from for participants who were going to be part of the focus group conversations. And that is coming from the Sustainability Commission budget. As part of the community outreach that they are doing, and the commission is sponsoring this. What are they doing with the info? Part of the reason for doing this is to assist the Sustainability Commission and our staff. It's also to assist an intern that's working with us who is working on a curriculum-based project, and it is feeding information into that process as well. So it provides some information for us at the city and at the Sustainability Commission. It also helps the intern out in their academic studies. So that is the follow-up from our previous meeting.
Council, any questions on that? Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just quick question for the city manager. On the misprint on the cards. Owning a small business, these things happen, and feel bad for staff for that. Just a quick question on that. Would it be possible, or would it have been possible to set up a redirect on the? Because I think what it was bloomington.gov as opposed to bloomingtonmn.gov. And just a suggestion to, if there was a way to like grab that address and set up a redirect on the website to go to the actual thing that we wanted it to. I don't know if maybe Bloomington, Indiana owns that address or something like that. I don't need an address, just an idea on that. So wanted to, since you were talking about it, that it popped in my mind.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson, Mr. Mayor, and council members. While you were talking, I went to www.bloomington.gov, and it says the site cannot be reached. So I'll have our staff check and see if that is a possibility. You know, I think that the many Bloomingtons around the country are similar to the Springfields, that we don't know where the Simpsons really live. So, you know, sometimes we get confused with the various Bloomingtons. We'll do a little homework on that question, Councilmember Nelson.
Council, additional questions? If not, we can move on to item 4.2 on our agenda. It is the public comment period. As I said, a 20-minute period at each council meeting where we allow members of the public to address the council on items not on tonight's agenda. We do limit folks to 5 minutes, and we have a clock so we can keep people at the 5 minutes, and it's an effort to make sure that everyone has the same opportunity. The questions from any questions from the council will be for clarification only. It's not a back and forth. It's not a time to engage. It's basically an opportunity for us to listen, and then we will respond in the subsequent meeting with responses from Mr. Verbrugge as appropriate. Ms. Wilson, I got an email with folks who had said they signed up, and I couldn't see the names. They were actually blacked out, so I'm going to turn to you for help in terms of who has signed up and who's on the list to speak to us tonight.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. The first person we have registered to speak is Andrew Thule.
You guys want me to sign in?
If you could, please, yes,
Okay.
when you finish up or beforehand, however you'd like to do it.
Can I get the overhead?
Could we get the overhead, please?
You got it? Okay, great. My name is Andy Thule. I sent a letter off earlier in the week to the Human Rights Commission Chair, Molly, and to the mayor, manager, and asking for Anita Smith's resignation due to this week's activities. Her conduct of becoming a professional in her training in diversity and inclusion. Basically, she made some comments toward the police that were inappropriate, and also called out some members kind of during a public comment. And so I think it's inappropriate. So I asked this, and I did get a response back from Molly, not from the mayor and manager, not that I specifically requested mayor and manager, but it would have been nice to have a response back. So received today from Molly, I'm supposed to take up this with the mayor, manager, and the council members. And so this is her email back to me, basically saying to take up the matters with the city council. So here I am today. Anita Smithson, as you know, is a human rights commissioner for Bloomington. She is appointed by the council, and you know, she has quite a following on Twitter. Now, I don't go on Twitter myself, but she has quite a following on Twitter, and there's a couple people on here. Lana De Solana, running in Jack Beloga's area, Jenna Carter, and Nathan Coultier are followers of Anita. But she has quite a following, 2,295 followers. Laughs Out Loud, Progressive Democrat, wife, mom, boxer, dog mom, progressive, whatever there. So she's got quite a following. So on the July 12th council meeting, I want to thank Verbrugge for taking up the carts issue. I was over on American Boulevard again. I wanted to mention there was about 12 carts over there. So I do appreciate you responding back to me on that, and I hope you guys do put a policy forward. What I do think is inappropriate is during the council meeting, she was live back there tweeting on Twitter from the council chambers. And she has quite a following on Twitter, as I said before. But if you look at this, there's a Friends of Anita, this Winston Smith was assassinated, replying to Anita Lynn's, which is our Human Rights Commissioner. And there's a name right there. That would be Becky, breaking her silence. Well, she was in Facebook jail for a while, so that's what her silence was all about. So if you look at that Winston Smith was assassinated. So if Winston Smith was assassinated, I have no idea who that is, but here's what went out there is another Bloomington chud to keep an eye on other than she who must not be named. Well, that would be the person named in the previous comment. So Anita actually put my name out there on Twitter pages. Says next commenter is Andy Thule. He's one of the people who heckled the first commenter. I did not heckle. You guys can go back and look at the video. It was people next to me, but I can see how I could have been lumped in with that group. He's advertising the Back the Blue event, and there was one last year, and he's thanking Councilmember Lohman for attending the event. So she basically threw my name out there on Twitter. And so interestingly enough, talking with a comrade, so she's talking with a comrade right here on that. So, which I think is inappropriate of a human rights commissioner to put my name out there like that. So basically, here's kind of what came up. This van came into my neighborhood. Human Rights Commissioner Smith basically dog whistled my name out there. And I was a resident that spoke during the meeting, and to keep an eye on me, and look what showed up in my neighborhood. Council, mayor, manager, this kind of puts it on you guys. If something happens to my house, to me, my family, this is a dog whistle that went out in the community. So, and you can follow up with the police on this. This was in my neighborhood, actually. So this is concerning to me and my family, who have been I've been a 50-year resident. So this is really, really bothersome. So I spoke about carts. I'm a member of the public, and I like to speak. I like to keep my community safe, clean. No carts for people to hit at night or whatever if they're biking down the sidewalks. But here she is saying Andy Thule is complaining about rogue shopping carts on Lindell Avenue. Shopping carts are becoming a nuisance per his commenter, and he wants the city to hold these businesses accountable for their shopping carts. He wants a cart patrol to be created. So I don't really think that's appropriate of a human rights commissioner. They're supposed to represent all people in the city. So this is on you, council, mayor and manager. Pretty sad that this is out there on social media. And not only did I get that, there's a certain person that's been talking about golf balls, and Mayor Verbrugge just talked about this guy, bothered about a golf ball hitting his car. This guy here, he's unhappy about damaged windshield from a city-owned car. What's that?
Excuse me. Your 5 minutes are up. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Well, here it is.
Thank you much. Ms. Wilson, who else was on our list to speak?
Next person registered is Oliver Sharp or Harry Bradshaw.
Hello, thank you. My name is Oliver Sharp.
If I could have you to sign in, please, Mr. Sharp.
Thank
nope,
you.
Either one. Yep,
All right.
That's great.
Either one? Thank you for having me. I am here representing the LGBTQIA plus community. Y'all are having Pride here in 2 weeks on August 14th. I myself and two other individuals and other people will be performing. 2 days ago, I was made aware of some memes on Facebook saying that myself and these two other individuals are inappropriate to perform in front of children. The problem is that the things that we posted were on Twitter and an adult website. And the things that we posted were not intended for children. What we are going to be doing in 2 weeks is for children. We are performers. We are entertainers. We have studied theater, singing, dancing, sewing. We are skilled in our craft. We understand the difference between what is appropriate for children and what is not. I'm just asking at this moment to be aware that people are making memes and screenshotting our posts, which I could grab my phone and show you, but they have made memes and are resharing these on Facebook where children can see them. We did not post them places where children can find them. I mean, at this day and age, yes, children can find porn or whatever. But we did not personally put that out there for children. But now these people seem to be putting it out there for children. And I'm just coming here to say thank you for allowing us to have Pride in 2 weeks. We understand the difference. And at the end of the day, Pride is about acceptance and diversity. The original Pride was a protest for people getting murdered and attacked for just being who we are. At the end of the day, we are the LGBTQIA+ community, and there will be more letters added as we go because we are accepting, and we will continue to add letters until we are actually treated and seen as real people. So thank you for having me to say this. I just want you to understand, whomever is in here that doesn't want us, we are here and we're not trying to harm your children. You teaching hate is what is harming children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Ms. Wilson?
Our next person is Amber Mathwig.
Good evening.
Hi. I have no written words tonight for you. I've had them all in my head, but again, member of the laboring working class, get a little exhausted. The smoke is killing all of us this time. I just wanted to come and speak in support of the upcoming Pride, of the Human Rights Commission, of Anita Smithson's presence on that commission. I trying to do a little research behind it, I see that Bloomington has long had this commission, and I think that is a point of pride to have in the community. But it's also really important to notice that when we're talking about human rights and what is this like big picture policy and this big picture like on paper understanding versus what we're actually fighting for in the communities every day, it's really important to understand that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was immediately challenged by marginalized communities all over the world, but particularly here in the United States by the NAACP, because they saw how people were using this global kind of thing to continue to maintain control and power over borders and people who are allowable and people who are not allowable all over. And so there's just a massive amount of history behind all of that that I wish could be taught in our schools, rather than just saying words of here is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Okay, what does it mean? Who challenged it? Why did it challenge? That sort of thing. It should be taught to the people that are making our policies every day. We should, along the same lines of we can talk about the words in the Constitution all the time, but we should never forget to also talk about the fact that we violate that Constitution every single day, that we do not return indigenous lands to the people who were given treaties to have them. And so there's just so much crap going on, and I'm going to bring it back down. Again, I support what this community is doing. The fact that we are willing to go above and beyond what is on paper to truly bring pride back into our community, to truly recognize the humanity that everybody has, and to celebrate everyone who is still around and alive to see the moments that we're having today, even as it continues to be so effing painful every week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mathwig. Ms. Wilson, do we have anybody else who had signed up ahead of time?
No, Mr. Mayor, those are the 3 individuals that had signed up ahead of time.
Very good. Is there anyone here who would like to address the council on issues not on tonight's agenda?
I'll follow that up. Becky Strohmeyer here. Lots to talk about here today, guys, huh? Been an interesting few days. I'd like to start by reading a letter that was sent from the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association about Commissioner Anita Smithson's comments. The Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association represents Minnesota's 10,000 public safety officers who hold active law enforcement licenses in the state of Minnesota. Members include police officers, correctional officers, dispatchers, and firefighters. MPPOA is the largest association representing public safety professionals in the state of Minnesota. We recently learned that the City of Bloomington's Human Rights Commissioner, Anita Smithson, called the Bloomington Back the Blue rally fascist radicalization, among other disparaging comments about police officers. At best, the comments are grossly inappropriate for a city leader charged with defending the rights of Bloomington residents. At worst, the comments are appalling, divisive, and bring suspicion to the Human Rights Department among residents who deserve qualified staff. We believe Ms. Smithson's comments require a response and potentially further action from the city and its elected leaders to repair the damage caused by her comments. A few months ago, a statewide poll was released showing the vast majority, 85%, of Minnesotans trust law enforcement. Minnesota's law enforcement officers share the goal of safer communities for all and play an essential role in that effort. Those who seek to dismantle, defund, and demonize law enforcement are sadly out of touch with Minnesotans who overwhelmingly trust and rely on law enforcement. Back the Blue events are incredibly common throughout the state and nation and show support for the community's law enforcement officers, who are city and/or county staff members themselves. The recent Bloomington event was well attended by the community and law enforcement officers and their families. The event raised $1,380 for Bloomington police officer Matt Ryan as he undergoes chemotherapy after a rediagnosis of leukemia. This proud tradition of giving back also includes the Bloomington Police Department's annual Toys for Tots, among others. In closing, demonization by some community leaders has severe and negative public safety consequences. If there are not enough quality candidates that want to be in the profession or departments are defunded, we will see less help for community safety needs. Fewer law enforcement officers mean longer response time for urgent needs, less time for community engagement, and a reduced presence to deter those wishing to cause harm and mayhem. The failure to fully staff and field law enforcement personnel will deny justice to the victims of crime. Instead of starving our system of public safety, we need to build on our infrastructure of justice. Sincerely, Brian Peters, Executive Director, Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association. You all got that email. I hope you take it into consideration. Next issue we have here today that America's Next Top Bottom, Harry Bradshaw, spoke about. We have, can I get the overhead? You guys hired a porn actor who fantasizes about incest in young boys to come to Bloomington Pride. So when we are mad about this event, it's not even the event that we're mad about. We're mad about your choice of entertainment. This man, woman, man, Martina, Adam, we don't really know, posts videos of himself having sex with younger brother on the internet. He has incest fantasies. That's illegal in the state of Minnesota. Incest is illegal. I don't know if you guys were aware of that. I don't know if you were aware that having sex with minors is illegal too. And it's absolutely disgraceful that nobody did their due diligence on this. And it's absolutely disgraceful that everyone's just saying, oh, well, they're gonna be doing a kids act. Whatever. Do we hire porn actors to come do children's shows here in Bloomington? I mean, just let us know if that's what we're doing. City manager, let's add that to next week's response. Because it seems to me that the city of Bloomington is hiring, and according to his resume, you've hired him before. He's worked for the Bloomington Theater. This is very concerning. I have a letter from the Child Protection League, but we'll email that. But they are threatening legal consequences against you for this. You're endangering the citizens and children in Bloomington. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strohmeyer. Please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for offering this forum for folks to come and speak. I'm here on behalf of something that was on last week's agenda, the racial equity action teams of the city's staff. And I was inspired to come tonight.
Excuse me, if you could state your name for us, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Elise Balderrama, and I live in District 3 in Bloomington.
Thank you.
I was inspired by watching live last week's council meeting to come tonight in person to support the city staff and your all leadership's work in supporting racial equity work in Bloomington. This work is very important to me, and I appreciate your courage and sorting through and working on a lot of critical thinking and looking at truth and reconciliation as we sort through these issues as a community and a country and the world. So I just want to say thank you for prioritizing racial equity work in the city of Bloomington. It's very important and very much needed. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to address the council tonight? Ms. Wilson, do we have anybody on the phone who would like to speak a public comment period?
Nora, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Nora, do we have any callers that wish to speak on agenda item 4.2, the public comment period?
Yes, ma'am. You have Karen Wills who wishes to speak. Karen, your line is open.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good evening, and if you could just state your name again so I have it nice and clear for the record, please. Thank you.
You bet. My name is Karen Wills, KarenWills. I've been a resident of Bloomington for about 20 years, and I am a licensed doctoral level clinical psychologist, so my title is actually Dr. Wills. And I'm calling in wearing that hat tonight as a licensed clinical psychologist who works with children. I worked at children's hospitals in Minnesota for about 20 years. And before that, I worked at the Mayo Clinic. And before that, I worked at children's hospitals in Chicago. And just briefly, in response to Becky Strohmeyer and Andy Thule's remarks regarding the choices of entertainers at the Bloomington Pride Fest, I want to speak to the importance of teenagers, youth, and young adults who are growing up and in the process of sorting out their identities in terms of sexual orientation and gender identity, and the importance to those individuals of having a Pride Festival and of what a Pride Festival means, and of including genderqueer people, as they call themselves, including drag performers, who are professionals who understand fully the differences between family-friendly entertainment and strip shows. What's being planned for the Pride Festival in Bloomington will be fun, it will be family-friendly, and it will be fully affirming of children, youth, young adults, older adults, and seniors like myself, who are people who value the diversity of sexual orientation and gender identity in our communities. The so-called Child Protection League, an organization that Becky referenced, is well known to be a far-right, reactionary, anti-gay organization. So anything that they have to say, you need to take with a pound of salt from that perspective. I want to thank the grace and dignity with which Bloomington, the council, and particularly Commissioner Smithson, who has worked her head off to make this Pride Fest possible, for bringing this event to Bloomington, because the Pride Fest is going to be a lot of fun. It will be family friendly. It will be safe for any thinking child and thinking parent. And in addition, it is a life-saving affirmation of marginalized, brutalized individuals who live in our community and don't deserve the kind of disapprobation that Becky and her henchmen dish out. Thank you so much for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Wills.
Nora, do we have any other callers?
Again, if you'd like to ask,
I'm sorry, Nora, do we have
if you
other
would like
callers?
to ask questions or speak up, there are no more on queue, ma'am. You may proceed.
We got no one else on the phone. Last call. Would anyone in the chambers like to speak to the council during public comment period right now? Seeing no one coming forward, I will close the public comment period for tonight, and we will move on in our agenda. We'll move on to item 5, which is our introductory items. And actually, we have a proclamation for National Night Out, so I'm going to come down to the desk. Actually, we haven't done this in 2 years.
Have you ever done one?
I don't know if I have.
Be careful on the steps there, Mayor.
And I'd like to invite Officer Des Daniels and Chief Mike Hartley up with me as well this evening, because it is a proclamation for National Night Out 2021, which is tomorrow night here in the city of Bloomington. And I will read the proclamation. National Night Out 2021, August 3rd, 2021. Whereas, the National Association of Town Watch is sponsoring a unique nationwide crime and drug prevention program on August 3rd, 2021 called National Night Out. And whereas, the 38th Annual National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for Bloomington to join forces with thousands of other communities across the country in a community-building campaign that promotes police-community partnerships and neighborhood camaraderie to make neighborhoods a safer, better place to live. And whereas the Bloomington Fire Department and the Bloomington Crime Prevention Association play a vital role in assisting the Bloomington Police Department's efforts by supporting National Night Out 2021 locally. And whereas it is essential that all residents of Bloomington be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and the impact that their participation can have on reducing crime and drug abuse in our city and strengthening neighborhood spirit. And whereas police community partnerships and neighborhood safety and awareness and cooperation are important themes of the National Night Out program. Now therefore I, Tim Bussey, Mayor of the City of Bloomington, do hereby proclaim August 3rd, 2021 as National Night Out in the City of Bloomington and urge all residents to join with their neighbors, fellow community members, the Bloomington Police and Fire Departments, and the Bloomington Crime Prevention Association in making this community safer for everyone, dated the second day of August, 2021. So as it says, it's the 38th Annual National Night Out. I think I've had the opportunity and the pleasure of doing it all my years on the council, and it is one of the highlights of the year. It's a lot of fun. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us this evening. Thanks for your work putting this all together and your work tomorrow night. Chief Hartley, I know that the numbers of neighborhoods just keep growing, and I'm assuming there's a lot of pent-up demand because obviously we weren't able to do it last year.
That's correct.
How many neighborhoods do we have?
This year, Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the proclamation. We really appreciate it. We've got just over 300, which is down a little bit, but to be expected with the COVID. And I just want to, like I said, it's a great event. It is one where the police department has an opportunity to reach out and connect with what we call community partners who help us maintain public safety in Bloomington. So for those that may be listening, if you need a little extra push to get out and meet your neighbors, it's very important. It's one of the biggest crime prevention tips we give people. Know what your neighbors are, get to know them, and so that you're looking out for them. And so, again, to all the city staff that make this possible, specifically Katie Zerl, our crime prevention tech, is a big part of this and starts working. She'll start for next year, next week. So, again, thank you for the proclamation. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Officer Daniels, now the important piece here, when you arrive at parties, do you go in with lights and sirens, or do you just kind of cruise in just kind of quietly and subtly?
Mr. Mayor, we come in subtly to some of them. Sometimes we could see the kids down the road, like especially in cul-de-sacs. And when they see us coming, then we'll hit the lights for them. They put on a little show or parade when we come in, and they tend to like that. So.
Very good. And I know that with 300 parties to get to, more than 300 parties, I think each officer, I think you're at least 6 or 7 parties per car out and about, are you not?
Yes, we are. And it's one thing that it's, as soon as the email comes out, like Chief said from K to Jarrell, I respond immediately that I'm willing to do it. And it's my favorite night of the year to work.
Very good. Well, thank you. Thank you, Officer. Thank you, Chief. Looking forward to tomorrow night. Thank you to all of our officers and to the Bloomington Fire Department and our crime prevention folks who are part of this. They make it a success. Thanks to the council members who are going to be taking place. I know that Mr. Verbrugge and I are going to be riding along with Chief Hartley, and I get to sit in the front seat. You have to sit in the back seat. But I'm looking forward to it. It is always a lot of fun. So thank you both very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up on our agenda is item 5.2, which is introduction of new employees. Now, we started doing this before pre-pandemic. We actually had a nice rhythm going, a nice pattern going with our new employees, where we'd have an opportunity to bring up new employees, meet them, introduce them to the community, introduce them to the council, and get a chance to meet and know them a little bit better. And so we talked about this last week, realizing we needed to start this again. So, Mr. Verbrugge, I know we've got a new employee we need to introduce tonight.
We do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. This evening, I have the pleasure of introducing to you Matt Brillhart, who, in addition to being an employee that we want to introduce because he's new, he's also going to be fulfilling a duty that is near and dear to the council members' hearts, is that Matt is our new administrative assistant to the mayor and city council. And will also be doing the council secretary responsibilities starting next Monday night. So we thought on his first day it would be a little bit cruel and unusual to drop him into this chair right away. So Matt is sitting in the audience this evening. Matt comes to us most recently from Northwest Associated Consultants as a planner. Prior to that, he worked for the city of Richfield as a planner for 6 or 7 years. And one of the things that I'm really excited about having Matt come in is that, as with a lot of the folks that we hire, they bring a really broad, not only professional experience, but life experience. And so I think that planner background, in addition to his just fascination with local government, that we're looking forward to Matt's contributions to the organization. So at this time, I'd like to invite Matt to come up to the podium and introduce himself to the council and to the community. Welcome, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and council members. Looking forward to getting to know all of you and working with all of you, and looking forward to getting started here.
Very good, and very happy to have you on board, and looking forward to working with you and starting that. It's kind of a unique relationship between the council and the council secretary with the work that we do and the back and forth that takes place between the council and the secretary. So happy to have you on board. Happy that we were able to lure you south here from Richfield and get you here in the city of Bloomington, and welcome. We're just very happy to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
Council,
I appreciate it.
Any questions or? No.
All right. Well, yeah.
Very good.
Look forward to joining you at the dais next time.
Sounds good. Thank you, Matt. Item 5.3 on our agenda is our mission moment, as we have been doing the last few weeks, or a number of different meetings, taking just some time at each council meeting to talk a little bit more about the council's mission and some of the strategic priorities that we've put forward. And we started this conversation last week on the strategic priority of equity and inclusion. And Faith Jackson, our racial equity coordinator, is here to continue that discussion with us tonight. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Can you all hear me clearly with the mask on? Okay, then I'll keep it on. I'm excited to be back before the council here again. As the mayor mentioned, at our last meeting, we had an opportunity to hear from 4 of the city's racial equity action teams. I also spent some time before introducing those teams talking about the evolution of equity and inclusion work in the city of Bloomington. And so tonight, I am going to introduce the remaining 4 racial equity action teams. But I'll start by just giving a little bit of context for why this work is so important. So in just a second, we'll see a slide that sort of talks about some of the benefits for the racial equity work that we're doing here in the city. So one of the things that I want to talk about is sort of why is it important, or better yet, what's the community benefit to the work that we're doing to diversify our workforce and also create an inclusive culture. I won't read everything that's there on the slide. I know that you have this information available to you, but one of the things that I want to highlight is that we know that the emerging workforce is becoming younger. It's sort of going through a generational shift. And we know that that younger workforce is more diverse, particularly as it relates to racial diversity. And so as the city of Bloomington strives to continue to be a competitive employer, we're going to have to do the work of making sure that we're having that diverse workforce and making sure that our organization is attractive to that emerging workforce. And so there's both the sort of more imperative, but also that economic benefit to the work that we're doing to diversify workforce. And we know, and one of our presenters talked about this last week, in addition to diversifying the workforce, we have to make sure that the culture is welcoming and inclusive, because if not, we're going to lose those employees. And that turnover and things like that also cost the city. The other thing that I want to talk about is sort of the broad community benefit for the work that we're doing both internally to really make sure that we're having equitable service delivery, and also externally to work disparities. So Chris, if you could advance to the next slide, there's a few bullet points here that I want to draw your attention to. And so again, I won't read through everything that's here on the slide, but what we know from data and research, particularly from Policy Link, a report that they put together in partnership with local government in Minnesota and also community partners, is that there is sort of millions of dollars lost each year to the state of Minnesota as a result of racial disparities, right? And so when we have low incomes, we have sort of a decrease in jobs. Also, we don't have sort of barriers to business and things of that nature. Those things really cost our city. And so the work that staff is doing, both to diversify our workforce and create an inclusive culture, and also the work that we're doing to reduce disparities, is really important. It's the work that will help us be sort of a sustainable city in the future and also be resilient. And so I ask that you keep those things in mind as we hear from our racial equity action teams. And so with that, I am going to call the first presenters to the podium. Up first, we have Community Services, and we have Tracy Smith and Emily Larson, who are going to talk about the great work that racial equity action team is doing.
Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. We are the Community Services Racial Action Team representatives for the evening. I'm Emily Larson, and I'm here alongside Tracy Smith. We can go next slide, please. So the Community Services Department consists of communications, community outreach and engagement, and public health. And you'll see in front of you a roster of our members. So we have Kelly DeWeese, a public health specialist, Dr. Nick Kelly, public health administrator, Dan Kirby, our department director, myself, a community outreach and engagement coordinator, Dan Marfield, digital communications coordinator, Afaf Salah, public health nurse, and Tracy Smith, community outreach and engagement coordinator. Next slide, please. So in the spirit of our mission in community services, we do see ourselves as leaders in equity and inclusion work at the city. And so to focus our work as a team, we began the process of developing an action plan. In January, we had a facilitator come in, actually she's sitting here in this room, who came in and led us through a process of identifying what specific actions we as a department, Racial Equity Action Team, were looking to focus on in 2021. And so as we moved through our process, you'll see there's 4 key areas that emerged as priorities. And so first, the team identified racial equity in the hiring process as a key priority. And alongside that time frame, there was an open position that the city was hiring for. That was the public health administrator position. And so we saw that as an opportunity to try out and pilot some different techniques to really apply a racial equity lens to that process. And so one example of those actions, we applied a racial equity lens to the questions and the structure of the questions that were asked during the interviews. And then we also, alongside other staff in the Community Services Department, partnered to identify community members who actually sat on interview panels during that process to help come to the decision of who to hire. And so our intent moving forward is to leverage those lessons learned and apply them to an approach that we can implement across the department and have some consistency with our racial equity process as we hire for community services. Also, I think it goes without saying that vaccine distribution was a key action and priority for our department this year. And so we at the Racial Equity Action Team did some work as it relates to vaccine outreach for the BIPOC community. Specifically, we talked about efforts to reach minority-owned businesses and other vulnerable populations to help reduce barriers and encourage their employees and then also themselves to get vaccinated.
So one of the other things that we focused on in this last year, since we formed as a team, is around language access to the program services and activities of the city. Emily mentioned COVID and the activity of COVID and kind of how that impacted the work of our group. So this is one area too that we learned as a city. We really needed to get a lot of information out to the community about COVID, about vaccines, that type of thing. And so having a plan to access that information was important. We have several contract agencies that we contract with to provide language services, but we've also been working on a language access plan that outlines the guidance of why we provide access, best practices, that type of thing. And so our team is taking on, working with the legal department. There's a few things that we identified through COVID that aren't in that plan that we want to make sure is in there, like when and where do we apply access through language interpretation and translation. The last item on this slide is a process to address community services staff racial equity concerns. So we, as a staff, had talked about the fact that we need a way for our staff within our division to bring a concern to us around racial equity. So we had talked in one of our meetings and developed a process for which we could take that information in. And as ironically, kind of after that, we ended up getting an issue coming to our attention. And it was good because we had this plan of action with which to gather our team, our racial equity team, together, talk about the issue that was brought to our attention, and then determine how we wanted to move forward. The issue that was brought to our attention was the flying of the thin blue line flag. And so one of the things that came out of that was that we were able to bring information on a city level back to community services and just talk about how the community was impacted and how that issue was addressed within our department level. Next slide, please. And then finally, what are we looking forward to? So this is kind of a crazy little graphic up there. We really found ourselves in this last year impacted heavily as a team because of COVID-19. In community services, we've got community outreach and engagement, public health, and also the communications division. And so COVID had a strong impact on what we could do. We set out, we had great plans, and we had to shift a lot of our attention to addressing the needs of the community around COVID in educating, and then in the end of vaccination clinics and that type of thing. So what you're seeing in front of you is part of our story that we like to tell. The first colorful chart, this is a mood chart that we like to use, was where we felt as a team as we were getting started. And you see a lot of little arrows on there that, shows that we're energized and, kind of more excited and that type of thing about the work we're getting into. Several months into it, you can see that our energy shifted to the side, and that's because we were feeling drained by not being able to advance some of the work we initially had hoped to advance. And we had to remind ourselves that we still were doing racial equity through COVID, and that it wasn't just, a loss of some of those things, that the work was still being done. It was just being done through the pandemic. So in the future, we're looking forward to reassessing where we're at. And I think we're going to find our energy on that positive side again. We're going to find ourselves kind of moving forward, looking back at some of the original goals that we talked about and where we can move from here. Our next meeting is next week as a team. And so our plan next week is to go back to that list and redefine what's next for community services, and hopefully less COVID and more other activity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Eric Rao with the Racial Equity Action Team for Public Works. And I'm pleased to be here tonight to share with you our plan and what we've been working on. Next slide, please. As you can see from the members listed, our team is made up of staff from across the department with representatives from engineering, maintenance, utilities, and administration divisions. Each of our team members bring their own perspectives to working on racial equity. Next slide, please. Our team has spent some time carefully thinking about our work plan with a focus on the model, and that's derived from Mahatma Gandhi's motto, be the change you want to see in the world, be the change you want to see in Bloomington. And so our plans are built around 3 key pillars with 6 different strategy areas. The 3 key pillars are identifying inequities in infrastructure, facilities and services, recruitment, hiring, and retention of staff from BIPOC communities, and personal development for staff with an emphasis on cultural competencies. More knowledge, more understanding, more empathy for the people we're working for. Next slide, please. The 6 work plan strategies are listed on the screen. Since our time is short this evening, I will focus on just a couple of our work plan strategies. Next slide, please. One barrier to recruiting and hiring a more diverse staff is finding candidates who have the technical skills required for some public works positions. So members of the team have been considering how we can help community members develop the necessary skills to become solid candidates for public work positions. And so we're taking the beginning steps to develop a pilot apprenticeship program with Bloomington Public Schools and establish training programs such as the Water Utility Treatment and Technology program at St. Paul College. The apprenticeship program would encourage students to see the value in this type of training as a career path and provide some on-the-job training to students who are learning the trade. Our department would help develop the skills we need, and in turn, students may see Bloomington as an employer of choice. This strategy is just getting started, but we see great potential in opening these types of career paths to a broader group of candidates. Next slide, please. Our team is also looking at how to increase our own cultural competencies and that of all public works staff. One strategy around this effort is to develop an equity lending library. We have set aside some conference room space to house books and articles that have an equity focus. Staff members will be welcome to check out these materials and also suggest items that could be included for others to read. We're hopeful that having these materials easily accessible will encourage staff to take an interest and learn more. So these are just a couple of the many steps that Public Works Racial Equity Action Team is taking to encourage a more equitable Bloomington. We're just getting started, but we are enthusiastic about the potential for our team as it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I am Desmond Daniels, work over at the Police Department. I'm here to talk about the Police Racial Equity Action Team. Next slide, please. So here's our team members that are made up throughout different positions within the whole city, or the Police Department. We have chief is on there, commanders, plenty of sergeants, and then we have regular old patrol officers like me working on it also. So next slide, please. So what we did with our team was we broke out into 2 groups basically and figured out 2 main things that we wanted to talk about. Recruitment and retention were the main focuses that we came to find out. The retention part is retention and the cultural change that we need to keep our new hires once we get there. Maybe different strategies of, with the younger people, just they learn differently. So how can we react to help younger people come in and not just the old way of doing it, but engage them also to keep them during FTO or the training process. The other part that we came up with is recruitment, and that's the part that I love of it. We have short-term and long-term recruitment is what we broke it down to. Short-term is like recruiting from law enforcement colleges, going out to the schools where they're teaching law enforcement now. And I liken it to, I'm huge in sports. I grew up playing sports. And this is how I liken it is to football, say Alabama football. They're the best football program around. They go out and they go recruit, or all the big colleges go and recruit the best players. They don't just sit there and wait for them to come to them. They go after them. So that's kind of what we want to do. We want to go to the law enforcement colleges, get to know the professors and get to know who do we see as the best candidates that we want in Bloomington, and actively go recruit them and tell them, hey, we want you to come to Bloomington. And that's how we can diversify and pick out the best candidates from all the places, because other police departments aren't doing that, I can tell you that. The other part we want to do for short term is continue our CSO program and hiring quality candidates there, bringing them in, knowing what they have to offer, then hiring them if they're going to work for the department, and then developing relationships with the Mall of America, because a lot of their security guards go on to get police jobs. So maybe we can pick and choose the best ones from there too if we can. The other part is the long term. I have a lot to do with this. As I said, I'm big with sports, but coaching youth sports to develop a relationship with community, youth, and parents early, and build a relationship and trust with residents by partnering with school and community youth programs. Next slide, please. So this one is the one that I personally have a lot to do with, because I feel like in my personal life I work, and when I'm not working I'm coaching. And I have 3 kids and I coach all their sports year round. But part of it is, obviously I love coaching the kids and seeing them grow and develop, but it's meeting their families and getting a relationship with the kids and their families. I was actually up at the cabin this weekend with 3 families that I met strictly from coaching. Now, obviously as police officers, we're not going to get that involved with them, but it just shows like how you can develop a relationship with people strictly from coaching. Our idea here is to have maybe a group of 6 people, 6 officers, and we team with Bloomington Athletics, and we'll start small, like maybe say the football. We'll help assistant coaches with a football program. And every day, every practice, we're going to have at least 1 officer there at every practice and every game, and just assist whatever the coaches need, and we're there. The surprise part of it is we're always going to be there, and then at the end of the year is when if there's an end of the year, whether it's the last game or a party at the end of the year, we don't tell anybody that we're police officers. The coaches will obviously know, but then the kids can see, and that's part of the humanizing part is, hey, it's Coach Daniels. Oh, Coach Daniels is here. Coach Daniels is getting on you to do something, be more aggressive, or patting you on the back saying, hey, great job. And then at the end of the year, they realize, oh, Coach Daniels is a police officer. He's just a normal guy, or everybody like that. So that's our main focus, and that's what the part that I wanted to highlight is the coaching aspect of it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Officer Daniels.
So, Mayor and Council, our last presenter is presenting virtually, so we're just going to take a moment to transition, and then we will hear from Nick Johnson, who will be presenting the work of the Community Development Racial Equity Action Team.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Sorry for the virtual transition there. I'm not too happy about it myself, so I know these challenges continue. Very honored and happy to be presenting with all the different staff members who've been participating in these various REIT groups. I'm Nick Johnson in the planning division. I'm one of the city planners for the city, and I am one of the officers for the community development REIT team. I also have with me Mike Palermo, is also available virtually in case there's any questions on one of the spotlight items I'm going to talk about. But quickly, before I get into our slides, just in terms of how the community development REIT team is oriented, kind of where we come from in this work. Faith has done an excellent job in providing more education and information about a lot of the persistent gaps and inequities that exist here, particularly in the state of Minnesota, and those things have a thread locally as well. And many of those things focus on areas of work specifically in community development. So the work that we do in community development, under ideal circumstances, we're really tasked with and focused on creating healthy housing supply and environment to ensure everyone gets the housing they need and can obtain. And then also just with with respect to, we have a very important responsibility with respect to supporting the local economy. Obviously, in many cases, that's a regulatory role, but we have an important task in ensuring that new businesses can get off the ground and existing businesses can grow. So we take those responsibilities seriously in community development, and that's where we come from with this work of applying the racial equity lens to those specific tasks. And the importance of that is elevated given the inequities and gaps that we've been talking about with respect to non-white residents and businesses. So the other thing I'll mention quickly is that the 2020 census data is going to come out soon. I'm sure this is not new news to you, but we've had some data from the American Community Survey and expect census to come out here in September, October of this year. And Bloomington is becoming a more racially diverse community. And so the other place that we come from at this work is just wanting to serve those residents and businesses the best we can. And as Eric and other members of other REITs have taught me, and I've learned, is to meet people where they are, not always expect them to come to you. So those are the two places of orientation that we come from with it. Next slide, please, Chris. These are the members of our group. I won't name them, but we have a large group and we have a large department. So that's the reason for that. As you know, community development includes the HRA, the Port Authority, special projects, planning, building and inspections, environmental health, and the assessing division. So as I mentioned, keenly focused on housing, the business community, and business creation, and all of those aspects in terms of building a healthy community. So that's where we're focused. And one thing I'll say quickly is that these various REITs in all the departments, but particularly ours, especially coming out of the COVID work environment, it's been a really good opportunity to collaborate with members and staff members from different divisions within the department. So I would pose that as a side benefit of all this work, is that it really gets you thinking collaboratively to work with members outside your just normal lane or work day. And so I would add that in that mix as well. Next slide, please. So we took advantage of the city's facilitation resources. So those resources are very valuable to the city, and here's another means that those services have helped various REITs. We did a facilitated session where we identified what our top priorities would be in terms of our initiatives. And I'll highlight the city code review as our key spotlight, but touching on all of them. So there's a city code review, doing additional business engagement and evaluating our services for the business community, and then also talking about community development, career exploration, and kind of recruitment. So next slide, please. So the largest subgroup within the community development REIT is focusing on this city code review or audit, is kind of what we're calling it. And the reason being is that as cities, progress and develop new policies that maybe address some of these wicked problems, they're always thinking about developing new policy or ordinance that can, make improvements in these arenas. The opportunity housing ordinance is a good example of that. But another critical aspect of that is also looking at the existing city code and looking backward in terms of what are the existing policies that we have today that are not, meeting the moment in terms of kind of today's current dynamics or kind of exacerbating existing gaps or inequities. So that's where this large group is focused. This is a big project. This is something that's going to be ongoing for a good deal to come. But similar to picking out the best projects, staff in multiple divisions investigated the different code sections and chapters that community development focuses on. And we had a rankings and prioritization exercise amongst various divisions in order to identify kind of the chief priorities of doing this city code review. The two things we're going to start with has to do with the definition of family. And this is relevant to provisions within the rental housing code, but also other provisions within the city code. The definition of family has changed greatly since kind of the typical or historic nuclear family definition that a lot of public or I should say city ordinances and regulations point back to. So that's something that is a big project that this group is tasked with. In fact, this group is broken into two groups with these two chief priorities. And so this family definition is something that's family definition work is going to be something that's ongoing and touches on many different policies and ordinances in the city code and the rental housing code. And then the other group that has been identified as a chief priority is evaluating our single family residential standards in our zoning code. And there's a wide variety of different performance standards. Mike Palermo is leading this group. And there's a wide variety of different standards that can be evaluated and analyzed from a racial equity lens. This is also a good candidate. Public Works, in collaborating with other departments, has been working on this racial equity impact assessment. This looking at these single family zoning standards using this racial equity impact tool is going to be a good test run for how that tool can evaluate city policy going forward. There's also been some discussion about, in terms of private development and other things, when it is relevant, utilizing potentially an equitable development scorecard. So that's another thing that some cities across the nation have looked at in terms of what are the impacts of development. Next slide, please. This is just a quick slide showing kind of some of the sausage making of the family definition work that group has diligently been working on. It's very complicated when you look at kind of the structure and of old ordinances with respect to new family dynamics or new living dynamics and looking at this from a racial equity lens. So this is just an example of some of the work that Lynn Moore and Mike Palermo and their group and Carla Henderson has been working on. So next slide, please. So I'll touch on these last two quickly, again, in the interest of time, but something, as I said before, community development is heavily involved with the business community. And as I mentioned, the community is becoming more diverse, and the community's business community, new entrepreneurs and business owners of color is increasing as well. And in terms of the orientation to meet them where they're at, we want to evaluate kind of our approval processes in our various divisions in terms of how we're serving those businesses. English as a second language is a real big component here, and you heard co-ed talk about a language plan and getting some of our processes and handouts translated to make our process more approachable and accessible for those businesses. That's a big thing. We're hoping to post these new resources in the city's website. It's called the Business Resource Center, for those who haven't noticed the changes in the city's website. So that's kind of going to be the hub. We have some community development staff members participating in a UMN extension course known as the Retention and Expansion Program. So we're hoping to learn some good tools and also apply racial equity lens in our education and learning for those staff members to cross-train or train other staff members in community development. Again, just continuing to engage with business owners in the BIPOC community, but also underrepresented businesses as well, small businesses as well. As you know, the community business survey is coming out soon. We're going to continue to track this work with that release. And then I believe City Manager Verbrugge and Carla Henderson and others have given you updates with respect to ARP funds and the potential creation of a neighborhood development center. And that could serve as a spur to do more business incubation and creation and job training and those types of things. So next slide, please. Then finally, other departments have talked about this. We won't spend too much time, but the trying to get more diversify the city's workforce. Many of the things we're working on is outwardly focused. This one is inwardly focused to the organization, but we've done some educational and mentorship programs in the past. We really want to ramp that up and meet a lot of Bloomington's youth, and it gets the side benefit of educating the community about the services that community development provides, and work with career counselors that that these are good career pathways to build healthy community, and you can do it locally. So we're looking at those things. So thanks. I probably overrun my time, but that's as per my usual. So I think that's all I got. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Nick, for that presentation. So, Mayor Bussey and Council, at this time, I am going to invite all of our presenters back up to the podium. And if you have any questions for them, please feel free to give those questions at this time.
Everybody come on back up, and thank you for the work that has gone into this. Obviously, the very thoughtful, in-depth work that has gone into this. You can tell that there's been hours spent on this. There's been great discussions. You can tell that it's been in-depth discussion. So I appreciate what has gone into this so far. Council, any questions for any of the four groups? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess this might be more kind of general, but Public Works made me think of it. I really appreciated the idea about getting youth involved, introducing them to many of the trades that we have, mentorships, things like that. Do we have an idea, generally, these plans, when they'll be kind of formalized enough to start having discussions about resourcing, potentially, some of these avenues?
Anyone? Do we know how far along we are?
Yeah, Councilmember, I can't answer that question, so at this moment.
So, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Martin, one thing that I will add is that in the final update that we present, which will be on August 30th, all of the sort of items that the racial equity action teams are working on will be included in that, and there will be a breakdown of sort of what they're doing, what the strategies are, what sort of what may be some resource needs, and also how it has broad community benefit. So there'll be an opportunity to dig deeper into the work that the racial equity action teams are doing, and perhaps as this work progresses, return to the council and ask for that resources.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just following up on Councilmember Martin's question with regards to the trades. And I guess this isn't as much of a question as a comment, but will there be connection with other community groups to provide some of those resources? I know Bloomington Public Schools started a trade or restarted a trade program. There are other organizations that provide some training for trades and things of that nature. And how do we work with that broader community, whether it's Normandale, the public schools, industry, to provide some of these resources?
If I may jump in on that one, Mayor, this is Nick Johnson again, the planner. I know that the building and inspections participants in our CD read are specifically focused on that, Councilmember Nelson, and so that is an area of focus. And the Environmental Health Division has had great success in their internship program, and I think B&I wants to expand that, but not only through internships, because obviously that typically has a budget component to it, but just getting out and kind of helping connect with those high schools, like you said, and educating them about the opportunities in the trades, which is a tremendous, is a high opportunity right now.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. And I just offer, if there's anything I can do and or any groups I'm affiliated with can do, let me know. I've spoken to many high school groups on that issue and try to encourage it all the time. Shifting gears quickly, Officer Daniels, you talked about your program with regards to sports and things like that. And I'm just wondering how good of a volleyball player you are.
Terrible volleyball player, but I can play volleyball because I can hit it as hard as I want and don't have to worry about going out of bounds.
Oh, that's no good. I don't want you to hit it into the trees over at Dred Scott, but I might have an in with a volleyball program. If you have anybody available to help out with that, please let me know. I would love to connect you with that program. It would be amazing to have an officer there. So appreciate what you guys are doing.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. First, Nick, I'm almost afraid to ask this, but how old is our definition of family?
Councilmember Coulter, Mayor Bussey, Mike Palermo probably is more up to speed on that. I don't serve on that specific group, and I know he's here virtually, and I hate to hand off to more participants in a virtual meeting, but I think it's fairly old. I think all of the communities and in the rental housing or not ordinance, but that code goes typically just by blood relation. It's typically how they define it. So Mike Palermo might be able to provide more detail than that as far as their work, but it's
council members, this is Mike Palermo. I'm also virtual, and I can turn my camera on here. It has an old history, but we did actually update it not too long ago, within like the last 10 years or so. What's difficult is you can see by that board, it touches a lot of different areas of the code, and there's building code implications and there's rental code implications. And so we were building off that foundation of that older definition, but trying to make it work for a new, and actually it was amended in 2014. So it's not super old, but as you can tell, our dynamics have changed drastically, and it is very a complicated issue. It seems like it should be simple how to define a family, but it was a big discussion back then, and it's a big discussion now. But 2014 was the last time we have kind of amended it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's. I'm looking forward to that discussion. And then I'm sorry, public work. Is it Mr. Rowell? Say your name again for me, please.
Yes, Rowell.
Thank you. Could you two sort of quick questions? Could you talk a little bit? You mentioned these toolbox talks. Could you talk a little bit more about what that refers to? And then maybe within that you can kind of elaborate on my second question, which I think this is kind of one of those areas where it can be kind of a little bit harder to conceptualize what racial equity looks like. I think we kind of think, water pipes are water pipes, right? So can you talk a little bit more about generally speaking, what does racial equity look like in terms of public works, kind of that side of things?
Well, first of all, toolbox talks, they're basically, short talks, talks, when we initially first start our work assignments, our jobs in the mornings, when we have stretching exercises and things of that sort, we, that's a good opportunity to have talks, with the team when the team is all present. So, and also the lunch and learns that we're, starting to implement. So, and so those areas, when people are, at lunch and things of that sort. So, as far as the equities, a lot of it, the infrastructures, in certain areas of the city, just because of, where the locations and things of that sort, it just so happens that, some people are, reside in some of the cities where the structures are a little older, and so those things are, just by happenstance. So, but, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And then Officer Daniels, just a quick question for you. I know we, I think it was within the last month-ish or so, we committed to a racial equity assessment of the police department. I'm wondering, within this conversation, knowing obviously the sort of the larger conversation around racial equity and policing and so on, I'm wondering if there's any work being done to sort of anticipate some of that work and kind of get ahead and maybe start addressing some of the issues that may be coming up and kind of focusing on it from that perspective.
Councilmember Coulter, I guess what issues are you talking about specifically?
I don't know that I have anything in particular in mind, just kind of generally speaking, knowing generally speaking what issues are out there as far as discussion, what is happening on that level as far as the work that your team specifically is doing.
Okay, and are you referring to like hiring diversified department? Is that what you're kind of?
I guess I was referring more to sort of policies and procedures within the BPD, and I don't know if that's maybe a larger question that's probably best discussed at a later date, but
Yeah, Councilman Kohler. I would say that's probably a larger something over my head. Somebody over there might know, but I will say this one thing that I wanted to mention as far as diversifying the police department and why we want to actively go out and recruit is probably every police department in the U.S. is having an issue trying to diversify the police department. So that's something that every police department is looking for. So we're trying to attack that by going out and recruiting as best as we can also.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions? Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Faith, this question is probably for you. So at the same time that the racial equity action teams have been doing their work, the steering committee, the racial equity kind of community-based steering committee, has been developing recommendations for the council. Can you just talk a little bit about how those two, kind of those work plans will either merge or work in parallel or complement each other or kind of reinforce each other as we're moving forward? I know that the internal teams were kind of meant to be internal and the external group is meant to be community-led and driven, but I feel like there probably is some opportunity there to just reinforce the work, and so hoping you could just talk about that a little bit.
Sure, absolutely. Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Carter, you're absolutely right. The intention is to merge the two plans ultimately. When we started this work here in the city, we wanted to first prioritize the things that were within our control. So really focusing on workforce diversity, inclusive culture, and equity in program and service delivery. And so those are the things, the work that the racial equity action teams are doing is really to help advance the city's racial equity business plan. We're in the process of developing a strategic plan that looks at racial equity more broadly, and that's really focused on disparity reduction. And so that work is really being driven by our community to help identify strategies, and also because we recognize with that disparity reduction work is not solely within our control, right? So we have to bring in business partners and nonprofits and school districts to help us assist in that work. But ultimately, we want to merge both things. So we'll continue to have an internal focus and an external focus and continue to advance racial equity in the city of Bloomington.
Thank you for talking through that for us. And then I will say, Officer Daniels, my son is literally at BAA football assessments right now, so I can share that address if you want to head over there.
Councilmember Carr, I'm all about it. So send it over and I'll go over there right now.
All right.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So Alabama football, huh? I don't have much to say. I'm a Vikings fan, so I've been recruiting all through the years there. So I guess one of my questions, this may be for Faith, and I'm just thinking about the resident that's sitting at home, and they watched last week's presentation, and they've been a resident for 35, 40 years plus, and they're thinking to themselves, why? It's kind of like the football. We're going out there, we're recruiting people, and we're doing this work. And so what I kind of thought about as I was thinking about this, en route to my question, is we want to have a socially, economically sustainable and resilient community. And so what are the risks if we do nothing en route to that, into that why? I know Planner Nick Johnson kind of talked a little bit about that. You opened up with some things that are there, and Planner Johnson kind of tried to pull it into that. And so that's kind of the question that I'm trying to answer, because I have residents who'll call me and they'll ask me, well, why are we doing this? And what are the risks for not doing this work in the city of Bloomington?
So Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, I think sort of the way I would respond to that question is that the risk that we have here is that we will not be that sort of socially and equitably resilient community if we don't continue to prioritize and invest in this work. I talked a little bit about this at the beginning of the presentation, just sort of the broad economic benefits for this work. And we recognize that our community is changing. So in 1970, 1% of Bloomington identified as something other than white. And the 2017 ACS survey says there's about 30% of our residents in Bloomington identify as something other than white. And so that's happening quickly. And I hear from Nick Johnson that we're going to have our census survey results in soon, and we suspect that those numbers will continue to increase. And so we also know that in our BIPOC community, we have a significant amount of our community members who are experiencing disparities in all sort of aspects and sectors of life. And so if we continue to grow at that rate, we run the risk of being a community where the majority of our residents are underemployed, don't have stable housing, and things of that nature. And so that becomes an economic risk for our city. And so the work that the racial equity action teams is doing, the work that we're doing as it relates to disparity reduction, is really the work of making sure that we're a resilient city and that we continue to be a Bloomington that is thriving. And I think there are sort of examples all across the country of how cities, become ghost towns, right? So, you sort of continuing to develop and things of that nature, and you're not really staying current with the times. One of the case studies that people sort of point to is Worthington, Minnesota, and how they sort of transitioned their economy by really taking advantage of the sort of diversity in that city, and particularly as it related to the immigrant community, and did sort of a total 360, right, in terms of their development and just sort of the gross domestic impact there. And so I think that looking at examples like that, and also just making sure that we understand the work that we're doing in Bloomington is proactive. And so we're trying to stay ahead of things. And so I think those are some of the reasons why we want to continue to invest in this work, and some of the things that we risk if we do not. Hopefully that answers your question, and it wasn't too long of an answer.
No, I appreciate that. I think it's it's almost an unfair question, but I do think that when residents tune in and they hear these presentations, Mayor and Manager, I think that's a question certainly I have been asked, and I just want to be sure that we're always being sure that we're trying to do our best to try to get to that root of that answer and that question. Thank you.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is sort of a mirror of what Councilmember Lohman asked, but it's directed to Nick Johnson. And in the presentation that he gave, he talked about under single-family residential standards in the zoning code that we were going to use the racial equity impact assessment tool. And I think that that's going to create a few questions from the general public about what is that, how does it work, is it a subjective tool, is it an app that we run data through and produces a result, that kind of background, if you would, Nick.
Thanks, Councilor Beloga. I would defer to Mike Palermo again, who's leading that effort.
Thank you, Nick. Mayor, Councilmember Beloga. The tool it's still in development, but it's a series of questions that are meant to kind of a guided exercise to make you kind of think outside the box and evaluate what are the impacts of the potential code amendments that we're making. And so with the single-family home standards, it's obviously a larger project than that. It's talking about racial equity. It's talking about affordability. It's talking about what is the marketplace demanding that we're missing out on, and how to spur development, or do we want to spur development? All sorts of different aspects. But using that tool will really help guide what that racial equity evaluation is, and looking at it from provide a simple way for us to kind of summarize what those impacts are to council and the community. So it's still in development, but we're hoping as we kind of get more into this work, as we bring this to study sessions, hopefully later this fall, you'll kind of see how that works and how that tool will implement it. But it's really meant to be a communication tool and something to kind of guide how we look at and evaluate our potential options.
So I think what I heard you say in addition is that this would be a tool that we use to evaluate current code. And of course, code will always apply to all. So it's not something that is used other than to evaluate the code itself. Am I correct?
Right. Yeah, it's not like an app, like you said, that we put in a bunch of numbers and get something out of it. It's a series of kind of questions that we need to look at. So I think some of the questions are, what are the, I'm trying to remember now, but because they're still kind of working on it, I'm really not super familiar with it yet. We're still waiting for the full rollout of it, but just kind of those questions that we need to ask ourselves of what those potential impacts could be. So it is more of a qualitative analysis rather than a quantitative analysis. But you see similar tools with doing environmental justice work and doing environmental impact statements. You know, you have kind of, sometimes you have the quantitative numbers, but you also have that qualitative aspect to the questions that make you think about what are the impacts that are going to happen.
Mike, thank you. But in closing, and I would suspect this is something that's going to come back to City Council at some point in the future, so the public will be able to hear and see as the council gets informed about it. And that's really the good point and point of closure on this. So thank you.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be, it's a tool for us to communicate.
Council, anything additional?
Mayor Bussey, if you...
Faith, please.
I just wanted to give one final comment. I just wanted to say that you can't see today because I have on the mask, but the smile that I had last week is here this week as well. Again, I'm incredibly excited about the great work that we're doing to make sure that we are a resilient city and a city where people of all races are able to thrive. And I am incredibly proud of all of the people who are here today, all of those people who presented last week, and then the people who will be presenting on August 3rd to talk about the work that we're doing in the city. So thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you. And thank you so much to staff for doing the great work.
Absolutely, and thank you, and thanks for your leadership. I can tell, even with the mask, that you're smiling. And by the way, the mask rocks. I like the mask a lot. But thank you for your work and your leadership on all of this. And Emily and Eric, Tracy, Des, Mike, Nick, thank you for your time spent on this, because as I said, it's very obvious from the work that you're bringing forward that the time and the effort and the thought that's going into this is very impressive, and it's definitely going to be incredibly beneficial for the city in the long run. So thank you all so very much. Thank you. We will move on our agenda to item 5.5, and speaking of potentially beneficial for the community in the long run, this item is on Expo 2027. We have an update. We had some interesting and exciting news last week, and we've got Mr. Verbrugge is going to kick it off, but I know we have a guest here to speak to us about this as well. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. You're correct. Last week there was an announcement and quite a bit of news that the United States government had transmitted a letter of intent to the Bureau of International Expositions to once again have Minnesota be the official candidate for the United States competing to host what's called a specialized expo, but more commonly known as a World Fair. I think it was an unfortunate headline in the Star Tribune, which is what got most of the play, because it suggested to some readers, if you didn't read the story, that the decision had already been made about awarding the Expo to Minnesota, and specifically to Bloomington. If you read the article, that was clearly not the case, but I won't take the headline writer to task too much here. But it is good to have a check-in both with the council and the community about where we are in the process. And to do that, we have David Lair with us this evening. David has been involved in this project since the very beginning, as a matter of fact. I think some of the original conversations about whether Minnesota wanted to pursue this involved David. And in 2017, when Minnesota and the United States competed, David was the author of the application then, and he continues to do that work today. So David, as a member of the board of the Minnesota Bid Committee, we appreciate you being here, and if you could enlighten the council about, and the community especially, about where we are in the process and what is next as we move forward.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. And this is just a quick update. I know there's a few slides that I'd like to share as this update. And I'll start with what our theme on healthy people, healthy planet, wellness, and well-being for all, what that really means for this community. As Mr. Verbrugge has already said, we are a candidate for hosting an expo. We're doing a lot of planning. We're doing a lot of work on engaging the community and getting the support from a worldwide group of folks, and having the U.S. be our having Bloomington be our U.S. lead on this effort. And so it's an exciting time because we're at the very forefront of this planning effort. And I have a few slides here that just talk about the different steps involved. So the next slide describes kind of our first step. And this process started in 2018. And in November of 2018, we made an application to the Department of Commerce. And in this past June, end of June of 2021, the current administration signed off on that application. And the city of Bloomington became the designated city in the U.S. for this, for hosting this expo. And as Mr. Verbrugge said just last week, that the administration then submitted our letter of candidature to the Bureau of International Expositions. So our step 2 is really on the next slide, kind of shows we are in the process. It opens up a 6-month window for any other city in the world to be a competitor for this effort. At the end of that 6 months, we make another application formally to the Bureau of International Expositions. They will in turn come to Bloomington and vet us and look at all of our facilities and everything else that we want to talk about. And that inquiry visit will likely occur in April of 2022. And then we anticipate a vote on this matter from about 130 voting countries at the time in November of 2022. So our next slide kind of describes a little bit about the drivers and goals of what we're talking about for our planning effort. Clearly our focus is on health. We have so many health resources in our community broadly, from Mayo Clinic, University of Minnesota, to all the med tech companies that reside here. It becomes a perfect way to tell our story of health in this community, as well as inviting the world here to tell their stories about health. Another important driver is sustainability overall, how to make this expo a leader in what these kinds of venues really are all about. There's such great work that's been done on equity and inclusion in this community already, and it's a high priority of how we're planning this effort for Expo 2027. We also know that placemaking has been a critical feature for City of Bloomington, and we want to make sure that that's integral to the planning effort for Expo 2027. And this is in no hierarchy or particular order, and it might be always front of mind, but fiscal responsibility is an important aspect to hosting any of these kinds of events. How is money raised? How is it spent responsibly? And in the end, does it have the right kind of return for what we're doing? And our last slide here tonight really talks about specifically about the South Loop. There's no plans or any designation right now for a particular parcel that we're talking about, so we broadly talk about South Loop. And we're working together to try to find the right kind of location. But what's really important, feedback we've heard from across the globe, is that the South Loop provides really terrific infrastructure, things that are already built in place already. Transit, there's lots of connections to the community. There's lots of public access and highways. The second important part is proximity to airport. There'll be a lot of international visitors, a lot of domestic visitors, and that becomes a high priority in that vote in November of 2022. Make sure our international airport has capacity and people can come to the site. And then lastly, South Loop offers a really wonderful opportunity to connect to the hotels that are existing and how we can maximize that potential. So this is just a quick overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Appreciate it. Thanks for being with us tonight. Good to see you again. Welcome. A couple of quick questions. First of all, do we know of, you mentioned the 6-month window that opens with this. Do we know of other countries that are planning to or preparing bids to submit as well?
We don't know of any other cities in other countries that are preparing a bid specifically at this moment. We know that there's been some discussion in Spain for a particular city that seems to have some of their organization together, but we don't know if they're progressing down a path within the next 6 months to submit a letter of candidature.
Very good. And so with this letter of that we received from the White House, is Bloomington the Minnesota site according to where we stand right now, according to the letter and the official designation by the White House? Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'll let David speak to what's in the current materials in the with the White House and in the Department of Commerce. But I do want to say there isn't anything formal that Bloomington has made some agreement with the bid committee itself. We have been involved in this since 2017. We've continued the discussions and continued to explore it. We agree that the South Loop is an excellent location for the event. As David indicated, the many attributes of South Loop are pretty clear. Going back to even 2017 and talking about why it continues to be something that we look at as a tremendous opportunity is its development potential. I mean, we have in the South Loop area a geographic area that's largely the size of the central business district of downtown Minneapolis. There's a huge amount of economic development potential that exists out there. And a project like this that will likely have a strong repurpose or reuse after the event itself will leave an economic development footprint that's going to be positive for South Loop. The event itself, bringing in somewhere between 10 and 14 million people a year, I believe, is the forecast. Obviously, will be very good for the city during the year that Expo were to occur. And we think it will have ongoing benefits after that, just based on the legacy of the Expo as it has in many other places. So there's nothing formal in place right now. We're continuing to work with the bid committee and work with the United States government. And we're going to be providing more information both to the council and to the Port Authority in early September, we expect, as we continue moving this process forward. So, David?
Just to underscore Mr. Verbrugge's comments, Bloomington isn't called out specifically in the candidature letter, and for a couple of reasons. We want to make sure that we do the right kind of planning work ahead of time, that we incorporate and engage the community, that we are clear about our intention and what the size of everything is. And so now we have this 6-month window of time in order to pursue that and get that prepared.
Council questions. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just following up on your question, Mayor, who made this application? It was not the city of Bloomington, it was a Minnesota organization. And second part of that is assuming if things move forward, there will be some costs. Who bears the costs of those programs? Just at a high level. Obviously, we're at a fairly preliminary stage here, but just I think those are things that people want to know about.
Mayor and council members, the application was prepared by Minnesota USA Expo, which is a nonprofit corporation. There's a board that guides those activities. I'm a volunteer and a member of that committee, that board, and we have been planning this for quite some time and have had conversations without the formality of agreements with the city of Bloomington in pursuing this application process. In terms of costs for the going forward with the bidding effort, it is the board's, the Minnesota USA Expo board, to bear the responsibility of the application process. All the funds required will be a fundraising effort, and the application and any kind of hosting of inquiry missions or other things are of the board, the Expo board's responsibility.
Council, additional questions? No? All right. Well, thank you. And so as Mr. Verbrugge said, we'll likely see you or others from the bid committee back here, but for a Port Council meeting in sometime in September. Very good.
Thank you very much,
David.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item 6 on our agenda, which is our consent business. Councilmember Carter has our consent agenda tonight. Councilmember Carter.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So I will hold item 6.4, and I will ask if there are any other holds. All right, hearing none, I would move to approve items 6.1 through 6.3, 6.5 through 6.12.
Logan, second.
We got a motion by Councilmember Carter, a second by Councilmember Martin, I believe, here in the chambers, to adopt the consent business as stated. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Larson.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Carter, item 6.4, donations.
Yes, so I'm just going to take a couple minutes to highlight some of the generous donations that we've received from organizations and individuals in our community. So the Earl C. Hill Bloomington American Legion Post 550, many thanks to them for the $3,000 for the co-ed Veterans Day lunch. We had a $200 donation from Herman and Marcia Hoffman to the Canine Fund. The United Farmers Co-op donated a little over $2,400 for some small equipment. And then Donald Hurst actually donated $189 for a tree for Dwan Golf Course. So many thanks again to those individuals and organizations in our community, and I would ask staff to send the appropriate thank yous. And with that, I would move to accept the donations as listed.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter, second by Councilmember Martin to accept donations as listed. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Larson.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. On to item 7 on our agenda, which is hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. We have 2 public hearings this evening, and then a 3rd hearing. Not a public hearing, but a hearing nonetheless. The first, item 7.1, is a public hearing on the City Code Amendment, revising the maximum floor area ratio and impervious surface requirements for our fire stations. And I see both Nick Johnson, I think I saw Mr. Markegard there as well. I'm not sure who's taking this one. Gentlemen?
That'd be me, Mayor. My WebEx crashed, and now I'm back in the game right at the last second. So can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'll fire right into this for you, and thanks, Glenn, for being there for me, too. So this is a city-initiated city code amendment before you tonight as a public hearing. We're calling it the Fire Station Ordinance. It's part of the ongoing effort to look at and redevelop the city's fire facilities here in the community. What the ordinance specifically touches on is 2 specific issues that are within the zoning code. It is the maximum floor area ratio requirements and impervious surface requirements for fire stations within residential developments. All of the fire stations, as you can see on the table on the bottom of the slide, are on sites that are zoned R1 single family residential. There's a number of different government and quasi-public uses that are allowed within the R1 zoning district. That's kind of a policy choice that cities have, whether to create a public facilities district or to just allow them in low-density residential districts. And when they are located in residential districts, the city zoning code has to develop standards for non-residential uses within these districts. So other such uses would include parks, colleges, places of assembly. Those are just kind of a sampling of the quasi-public and public uses that you find in residential zoning districts. As you can see here on the table as well, the city's fire stations, with exception of recently constructed Fire Station 3, were built primarily in the late 60s and 1970s. So hence the city's ongoing effort to replace or renovate some of these stations. And it's I should note that Yuli Seal is with us here tonight in the chambers, I believe, as well. So he's there to answer any questions, and it's also being led by Deb Williams in Public Works. In terms of why this ordinance, that's really what the goal of my presentation here is, to explain the why. Here is a map showing the geographic distribution of the city's 6 fire stations. These fire stations are located throughout the community on the basis of response. Old metrics had fire stations be located within a community based on miles road miles traveled. That's a little bit of an antiquated or older metric. The new metric, as I've been educated by Chief Seal, is based on response time. Chief Seal informed me that the stations currently meet the standard for a 4-minute response from each station area in the instance of an emergency. So it's really this response time metric that has replaced that. And the city, in kind of kicking off or doing this broader fire station facility evaluation, did do updated and ongoing geographic or spatial analysis of the city's fire stations in order to determine if they're located in the correct places to provide coverage for the city. And that geographic analysis did confirm that the city station areas are properly located to provide adequate coverage for the community. And so the replacement of these fire stations is proposed to proceed in the same locations that they are currently located. So that's a really important point. A is just to maintain those response times. And B, it also has to do with the fact that, Bloomington is a fully built out community in terms of locating these fire stations in new locations, some that may be zoned commercial or industrial. Obviously, it includes that cost of acquisition, site acquisition. So that's, adds cost to the public. But in addition, when you think of other sites, at the Planning Commission, some discussed public parks in those areas. And after I kind of explain what these provisions are, it'll make more sense. But that presents kind of another policy choice, which may not be too popular or disrupt other city facilities that the public uses and enjoys. So these are the locations of the current station areas. Getting to the specific ordinance itself, what the ordinance is proposing to do is exempt fire stations only from maximum floor area ratio requirements and impervious surface requirements. I have the code definitions of these two terms or concepts here on the screen for you. I won't read for them, but in simple terms, floor area ratio is the amount of building floor area divided by the site area. So it really serves as a means to evaluate the level of development intensity. In terms of development intensity, many people are familiar with the concept of density, residential density, but if you've got a commercial or a non-residential use, residential density isn't a barometer, isn't a tool that makes any sense because obviously you don't have dwelling units. So floor area ratio is really a comparable tool to density to evaluate site intensity, and I'll show a few visuals of that in a minute here. Impervious surface, most people are familiar with what impervious surface is. It's commonly referred to as hard cover, but not only is it a tool that helps in the arena of stormwater management, but it also pertains or relates to development intensity. Obviously, you want green space. It helps balance some of the impacts or use characteristics of development. So it's another way that zoning codes, it's another tool in the toolbox that cities use to regulate and manage development intensity. Getting to conceptually just the basics of floor area ratio. Again, you'll hear planners and professionals refer to this as FAR. With this simple visual example, you've got a 10,000 square foot site. If you've got no building area, you've got an FAR of 0. An FAR with an increasing FAR, then you're going up in development intensity. If you've got a 2,500 square foot building on a 10,000 square foot lot, you're going to have a FAR of 0.25. If you've got a building area of 5,000 square feet on a 10,000 square foot lot, you'll have a FAR of 0.5. And then this also works with vertical building areas as well. So say you have a 2-story structure that covers only 5,000 square feet of the lot, but there's 10,000 square feet in floor area. This is an FAR of 1.0, the same example below that with a 4-story structure covering a smaller footprint. So hopefully these visuals help explain FAR. And again, FAR and impervious surface are just two tools that the zoning uses to manage development impacts and development intensity. Other standards include setbacks, structure height, kind of a whole bevy or a menu of assorted other tools that the zoning code utilizes to manage development intensity. These are the existing provisions and what this ordinance before you seeks to exempt fire stations from. There's two sections of the code that are relevant to the future fire station projects. And again, these are non-residential development in residential zoning districts. So in the development intensity section of our zoning code, you can see that in the R1 zoning district, the maximum FAR for non-residential uses is established at 0.5. Again, with the 10,000 square foot lot example, you'd be limited to a 5,000 square foot building. And it also limits the maximum impervious surface to 75%. In the institutional use standards, the institutional use standards apply to places of assembly, residential care facilities, a whole bevy of different uses that are located within residential neighborhoods. And these standards were adopted in 2013 in order to help manage uses that have high trip generations and kind of create pressures, if you will, or can have some development impacts on local single family neighborhoods. And so when that was developed, fire stations were included in the definition of a institutional use, although fire stations do not have as high a trip generation as some of those other uses I listed. But those standards adopt, or those standards set FAR thresholds at 0.35 or 0.2, depending on whether or not the site is served by an arterial or collector road. So these are the provisions that we're specifically proposing to change with this ordinance by making fire stations only exempt. And just to note that some discussion at the Planning Commission and just internally too, as far as, there's often the case in our development applications, you'll see requests for flexibility on the basis of providing public benefit. Just to put a pin in that question, or to touch on that, is that our PD ordinance establishes limits in terms of how much you can increase FAR, and it's 20%. Same with residential density. So, those limits are a wise, reasonable bandwidth of, how much increase is above the city code baseline that you should accept, or that a project can request. So getting to the ordinance itself, I mentioned that I have the language, slide of the language if you want to look at that as an extra slide, but generally speaking, fire stations only, no other government facilities or no other quasi-public uses in these residential districts would be eligible for this exemption, but fire stations would be exempt from maximum FAR and impervious surface requirements in the residential districts. There's three main considerations that are laid out in the staff report that support this request. Modern fire stations, as I mentioned previously, these stations were built mainly in the 1970s. Fire, fighting and fire prevention equipment has changed drastically in the time period since those stations were constructed on those 1 acre sites throughout the city. So that requires much more floor area to actually host and maintain and utilize this equipment. So I think Yuli could tell you at length how much they're challenged in terms of storing all the public safety equipment they have currently in the existing stations. And so maintaining that equipment and planning for facilities that can last 50 years drive more floor area than the existing condition. So that's an important component. With larger fire trucks to accommodate, you do have to have larger driveways, which does translate to that impervious surface issue. You do want to make it safe for these larger vehicles to circulate and move in times and instances of emergency. So that does drive impervious surface. Most modern fire stations that are not on small lot or urban context have drive-through bays. So as opposed to having to back out of a station with a large ladder truck, they actually prefer that in an emergency response that they drive on through in the forward position as opposed to reverse. So that again adds more driveway and more impervious surface to a site. So there's aspects and elements of modern fire station design that really increase the amount of floor area and impervious surface than what you see out there today. With respect to the second bullet, the department staffing operational changes, our current fire stations don't have any facilities, dormitory facilities, or rest or sleeping quarters for firefighters. And I know this is an issue of study for the fire department moving forward, is in terms of looking at staffing models. There's full-time departments out there, there's volunteer departments out there. Bloomington will have to look at hybrid or other staffing models in order to provide coverage for the community in the future. So again, thinking about that 50-year timeline, they're building in those sleeping or rest quarters. In addition, there's amenities within fire stations with respect to contamination, fitness facilities, and kitchen facilities that are really critical for health and wellness of firefighters moving forward. Chief Seal might not like me calling that an amenity. I'd say he'd probably say it's a necessity. But those things also drive more floor area. So more is needed from a floor area standpoint than the existing stations. And again, the challenge is trying to accommodate on the existing sites based on those locational requirements that I mentioned before. And that is the third bullet. So you kind of have this unique mix and recipe that informs what is needed for this unique use. Again, there's only 6 of them in the community. One has already been rebuilt based on kind of a unique land acquisition opportunity over at 86th and East Old Track with Fire Station 3. The other stations won't have the same opportunity on the basis of the land area available to them and where they need to be strategically located to provide coverage. So on the basis of the things I've mentioned, and on the basis of kind of the narrow application of this ordinance and exemption, that again, we're really talking about potentially 5 sites with renovation or reconstruction. The Planning Commission was supportive of the ordinance and did recommend unanimous approval of it. Um, uh, the one thing I'll say is, or 2 things I'll say is, they did hold a public hearing. No one spoke at the hearing. They did unanimously support it. But another thing that was important to the Planning Commission, is important to staff, and important to your consideration, is that each one of these projects will have to go through a full public hearing process as you look at individual sites. And certainly with the city being the applicant, certainly instruct their designers to look to ways to mitigate or minimize development impacts despite these exemptions. And in addition to that, I would note that by making these exempt, it does not make these facilities or developments exempt from other critical regulatory rules, such as stormwater management and other things that the city will have to meet, both our regulations and watershed district and other things. So this is pretty narrowly focused on the reasons that I've outlined, and both Planning Commission staff do recommend support of it. Last thing I'll say is that, just to recognize, and this, I know this is important to Water Resources and it's important to other staff members too, this is a situation where we do have some competing policy objectives. Generally speaking, we wouldn't come to you and recommend, the exemptions with respect to impervious surface, because again, that does increase development intensity. It does exacerbate other negative impacts related to development. And we want to be sensitive to that, but I don't want to wash over that. So just recognizing that this is an instance with some, the city has competing policy objectives here at the table. So with that, I'll take questions.
Council, any questions of Mr. Johnson? Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So then just a couple of quick questions. I know one, it sort of already came up in the planning, but I wanted to just ask it again, just to be sure that I understood it. In terms of the cities that have their zoning set up for, they may have like a district for either municipal or institutional for their fire stations. Why not go that route as opposed to the direction that we're going with this? And then my second question is kind of related to that, but.
Yeah, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, that's a good question. I think if you're looking at developing a public facility zoning district, that's a bigger effort and a bigger lift, developing performance standards specific to only government or public safety type facilities or those types of things. Given given all the other projects and other things going on, and how the zoning code is currently structured to allow these uses within the R1 district, we felt that this is kind of the lift, the lower lift that gets us to the direction of where we need to go, while also maintaining those kind of restrictive or other standards for other non-residential uses in the R1. So it's certainly something that could be approached that way. It's a bigger effort, without a doubt.
And, I appreciate that lower lift comment, because one of the things that I was concerned about is that when we look at this this exception from the perspective of those residents that are dwelling around the fire stations, when we look at that PD or the zoning district or an exception, I'm just wondering what provides the best protection for those residents who want to. You kind of alluded to it towards the end of your comments, but I just wanted to just be sure that I asked the question. If I've got a problem with what is being developed, are all of those different ways of going about it the same from the perspective of the resident that's living around that particular fire station?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Lohman and Mayor Bussey. I would say the answer to that is both yes and no. It's yes in that they certainly should pursue the typical public hearing process and engage with staff on submitting their comments or concerns in writing and have staff evaluate those things. But it's also no in that, given that the city is the applicant and in the driving seat, this isn't a private entity. The design team and the team putting together these projects on a site-by-site basis, they're tasked and urged to engage with the immediate surrounding neighbors who are adjacent to those station areas, explain why designs are laid out the way they are, and if there's concerns that can be mitigated, to certainly take that feedback in earnest and work to try and create improvements or improve upon them or other design solutions that help lessen those impacts. So I know that they've already been speaking in the case of, to be transparent, Fire Station 4 is the next project on their list. I know that they've been talking with neighbors there, but it's incumbent upon their design team and the fire department to engage with those neighbors and get their feedback and buy-in.
Councilmember Lohman, anything else?
No, thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to go through, for some folks, planning a 101 kind of conversation there. Thank you.
Council, additional questions? I do not see any hands coming up, and so at this point, this is a public hearing, and I would like to open the public hearing on item 7.1 this evening, which is on a city code amendment revising the maximum floor area ratio and impervious surface requirements for fire stations. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on item 7.1 tonight? Anyone in the chambers like to speak on this? If not, Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the phone who would like to speak on item 7.1?
Nora, do we have any callers for agenda item 7.1?
As of the moment, ma'am, there are no participants over the phone. Please continue.
Thank you.
We have no one on the phone looking to speak. Last call for anybody here in the chambers. Seeing no one coming forward, Council, I would look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 7.1.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Lohman to close the public hearing on item 7.1. Hearing no further council discussion. Ms. Larson.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing on item 7.1. Council, questions or comments on this? I mean, one comment I will make, Mr. Johnson, thanks for it was very detailed and you brought us through it bit by bit and step by step, and I appreciate that. All of the explanation and the clarification or the renewal, the memory basically, jogging our memory on what floor area ratio is and how it all works and how it all kind of comes together and how it fits and the considerations that have been put in, considering the fact that these are unique public facilities in oftentimes in neighborhood areas. So I appreciate that. Council, anything? Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick things. First of all, I completely support this and giving flexibility to our fire stations to provide safety to our community absolutely makes sense. But just a couple of clarifications. Mr. Johnson had talked about drive-through as opposed to having to back out to come out. Are there any situations in our community where the fire trucks actually back into the facility so they can pull out forward? And I only ask that because most of the firefighters I know always back into parking spots it's just sort of a habit that they have wherever you go. And so I'm just wondering if, and I'm trying to think through the fire stations that I know of, if they're all drive-through or how that works.
Chief Seal is here. Good evening, Chief Seal.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson. Most of the bays in our current stations are drive-through. There are some bays that are, and we do back in. We don't drive in and back out. We back in and drive out.
Okay. That's what I thought, because whatever reason I go to dinner with people, they always back into the parking spot. So, which makes sense. They got to they got a pager on them. I don't. So no one calls the council member in an emergency. The other question I had is in terms of the facility locations, and I don't want to get too detailed, but you looked at the response times. Does that factor in the type of responses they might have? Because clearly we have some that are in more residential areas. And then we have like the South Loop, which has high rises and things like that. Excuse me. The other issue we have is, I know one of the biggest concerns that most of the council, I know that Chief Seal has this concern, is the just number of people we can get onto a truck when we get it out. And do the locations factor in the type of responses they might have to have and the number of people in the volunteer, or I apologize, Chief Seal, we're not supposed to call it volunteer, are we? In terms of the, what is it, paid on-call people that we have that come there that are available to make sure we can staff those trucks safely for our firefighters.
So if I'm correct, I think I heard two different questions there.
Yeah.
One question was the type of the response and if the stations are located such so that we're able to respond appropriately to the different kinds of calls that we might have, like a fire in a high-rise building versus a fire in a residence. If you recall, the study we had done by Citygate spoke specifically to that, and the 4-minute response is for the first unit to arrive there with an effective group of firefighters on it. Then they also did parts of the study that showed what it would take to get what they called it in a complete effective firefighting force, which is usually 3 engines and 2 ladders, to every location in the city. And so there's 2 different measurements there. One is the 4-minute for the first unit, and there's another one in the 9-minute time frame that talks about getting 15 firefighters on a certain number of apparatus to any structure in the city. And the stations are situated so that we meet both of those requirements. With regards to attracting paid-on-call firefighters to our stations, very clearly the history of the community as it was being built out, those stations were placed in R1 or residential districts for that reason. So they are placed that way just for that reason, and that's why you don't see a station built in the middle of South Loop. It's on the edge of the residential district, right at the edge of South Loop. And I might get corrected a little bit on where my South Loop boundaries are, but I think you know what I'm talking about. And all the other stations are the same way. We had that very similar discussion in 1991 when we were rebuilding Station 1 at its current location, and the opportunity, looking at opportunities moving it west rather than east, and the impact that would have on our ability to draw paid-on-call firefighters into the station. The question of recruiting and getting enough paid-on-call firefighters is kind of a separate issue as far as station location is. The primary driver for our locations is response time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief, and thank you for your service to the community. Everyone appreciates it, I'm certain.
You bet. Thank you.
Council, additional questions? If not, Council, we've concluded the public hearing. I'd look for action on this.
Mayor, I'm happy to make that motion.
Councilmember Martin.
Mayor, I will move that in this case, we adopt an ordinance revising maximum floor area ratio and impervious surface requirements for fire stations.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Nelson to adopt the ordinance revising maximum floor area ratio and impervious surface requirements for fire stations. Any further council discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Larson.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move that in this case, we adopt a resolution authorizing summary publication of the fire station ordinance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second for
Second.
summary publication?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin, a second by Councilmember Beloga for summary publication. No further council discussion. Ms. Larson.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Our second public hearing of this evening is the second amendment to the 2019 CDBG Action Plan. And Erica Coleman, our HRA administrator, is here to talk us through this one. And we have been, we've actually had quite a few discussions recently about this CDBG Action Plan, haven't we?
We
Good evening.
have.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Bussey. I do have a presentation for this one. This is the CDBG 2019 Action Plan. And so we are coming forward this evening with the request to approve a second amendment to the 2019 CDBG Action Plan. Sorry, getting used to talking with the mask on. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background as to why it's CDBG CV. It's Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus. So this is additional funding made available through the CARES Act, and it's used to prevent or prepare for the spread of the COVID-19 and respond and facilitate assistance due to impacts of the pandemic. So there was a first amendment to the 2019 CDBG Action Plan, and that was approved by this council in May of 2020, and that was for the additional $269,466 of coronavirus funds made available through the CARES Act. That all was allocated to VEEP, our community organization that assisted with rent assistance and utility assistance at the time. We have received a second allocation of CDBG CV funding, and so we are here asking to amend the amendment a second time to allocate the additional $515,447. Next slide. How we are asking to allocate the funding is for emergency rental assistance, again to VEEP, our community organization, that would be $200,000 for rental, utility, and mortgage assistance, so emergency rental assistance. Foreclosure prevention services and mortgage assistance in particular to the Minnesota Homeownership Center in the amount of $194,447. Homelessness outreach and response services to St. Stephen's Human Services House of Charity. They actually did announce a merger, so it's not two entities, it is one. $50,000. Next slide. Housing Assistance Navigation funds to Community Mediation and Restorative Services, CMRS. This is actually a network of 15 culturally specific community organizations that are put together to implement efforts to do housing navigation and outreach to constituent communities and residents of Hennepin County, with a few organizations, a part of that 15, specifically residing in Bloomington. The funding would only go to service Bloomington households, residents. Any of the funding that we are asking would only be for Bloomington, whether the organization is metro, statewide, or not. It would only go for Bloomington households and residents. And then that would be $35,000. And then administration, which is internal to staff, which is $36,000, which is 7% of the total grant. Next slide. So this is a public hearing. I can stand for questions, and I have a recommended motion.
Thank you. Council, questions? Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a quick question. What happens if we don't use all of the funds within kind of the specific line items? So I'm thinking about the assistance for foreclosure assistance. If we don't see an increased number of people at risk of foreclosure, can we decide to do something different with that money? If we don't use it, do we lose it? I'm just kind of curious.
So, excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Carter. Through the amendment, we can actually adjust within the allocation that we are asking for. However, the foreclosure prevention and counseling services is quite actually wide because it does include mortgage assistance, and then it includes the counseling, and then it includes prevention. So it's quite wide. So it's very possible we could use it, but if we don't, we can still allocate funding within the approved activities.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you. Kind of along those lines, just based on usage of the rental assistance we've allocated previously, do we have an idea how long these funds are going to get us out into the year, especially with the uncertainty around Delta and all that?
So thank you, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Martin. I can't say for sure how far they'll get us out into the year. I can say right now they're very much so needed. VEAP has used the funding that we have previously allocated and provided. And this is in addition to Rent Help Minnesota that these funds are still needed in our Bloomington community. So I can't say for sure how far it's going to get us out just because of the eviction moratorium ended, the Delta variant. We just don't know at this point.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a couple questions. Councilmember Carter was asking about housing assistance for homeowners and use it or lose it. Are we planning on giving the entire $200,000 at one time for rental assistance to VEAP? Or are we going to stage it as we have in previous grants to that organization?
Thank you, Mayor Bussey. Councilmember Beloga, we will stage it as we have done in previous grants to that organization.
Great, thank you. And then in the Minnesota legislature passed a bill that prevented for those who have, it's a rental assistance bill that unfortunately I know very precious little about, but there was a clause in there that I do understand that says something to the effect of that if a renter is delinquent as of the 1st of August, but has applied for rental assistance to the state of Minnesota, that then the moratorium for eviction continues. Is that a correct understanding, firstly?
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. So from what I understand is that when that legislation passed, if a landlord and or tenant had applied to Rent Help Minnesota, which is the state-run program, therefore, while that application is being processed, they are a part of the ramp down of the eviction moratorium. So they cannot just be evicted for non-payment because they are taking the steps to apply. And while their application is going through the process because it has been a little slow with the money being released. That is true for that program, yes.
Okay, and so do we know how VEAP will determine whether people are already in the Minnesota program so that, how will that function? Do we know?
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. The neat part about that is that Veep, being the strong community partner that they are to Bloomington, they are also on the back end of processing Rent Help Minnesota applications. And so they will have the access to know who has already applied for those applications, the Rent Help Minnesota funding, and who has not. So they would not be double dipping in terms of helping someone that's already applied for Rent Help Minnesota.
And so I would take it then by this would really go primarily to people who had not applied or whose application was rejected. The current funding of a couple $100,000.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. That would be correct. And as you have heard, that the Rent Help Minnesota is a very cumbersome, difficult process. And so there are quite a few people of different abilities, English being a second language, as well as different backgrounds that are falling through the cracks on applying for Rent Help Minnesota, not due to any fault of their own, just in trying to navigate that system.
And I'm sure some of these are just, everybody, there's always somebody who doesn't get the word out that this program of rental assistance from the state exists. And if they hadn't filed by August 1st, do they still have the opportunity to file? I know it may be different as to the moratorium, but do you know if they have still the opportunity to file?
Are you saying file for help, or are you saying file for eviction?
File for help.
Absolutely, they do have the opportunity to file for help. However, if they have not filed prior to August 1st, they're not protected by the eviction moratorium ramp down, and it is up to their landlord, the property owner, property manager of their particular rental property, as to what they will allow them to do if they give them that time to apply for a different program.
Great point. Thank you. And that's the last question I had. And thank you for the instructive responses to those questions. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Council Member.
Council, additional questions? Councilmember Nelson? Is that an old hand or a new hand?
New one, Mayor.
Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Beloga took most of my questions, but I did have one in terms of the nonprofit organizations that are working on helping those that are homeless within the community. If you could talk a little bit more to what services they are providing, how that's going to help. I know that we've had numerous discussions in terms of homeless within our hotels, and I think St. Stephen's may have been one of those organizations. And I just want to get a sense of how these funds will help with those services, I guess.
Thank you, Mayor Bussey and Councilmember Nelson. Absolutely. So St. Stephen's and House of Charity, in their homelessness prevention and outreach, street outreach, there's a few things that they will be doing. Some of the things they're already doing. So one, they have workers that are present here in Bloomington. In particular, they're in some of our high traffic areas like the Mall of America and a couple other places where they are providing resources and speaking with people. Two, they will be able to go into hotels where allowed, can't force themselves in, where allowed to provide the resources and information to speak with people. Like Councilmember Beloga said, there's always a way where the word doesn't get out, that different things are available. They'll be doing that. And three, we will actually be able to call on them for a couple of things. The last one being unsheltered outside homelessness. This is very skilled work. Usually they have people that are working with them that have direct lived experience of unsheltered and sheltered homelessness, and building that relationship, talking with people, as well as knowing the resources and the social network needed to direct people to a multitude of different services and resources. And so that's a part of what they'll be doing.
Anything further, Councilmember Nelson?
No, that's great. I appreciate that information and I appreciate the outreach and the support for I mean, that sounds tremendously difficult work and it's great to be able to support that for those that are most in need in the community.
Council, any additional questions? If not, this is a public hearing, and I will open now the public hearing on item 7.2, which is the second amendment to the 2019 CDBG Action Plan. Is there anyone in the chambers here tonight who would like to speak to item 7.2? Anyone who would like to speak to item 7.2? Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the phone who would like to speak to item 7.2?
Nora, do we have any callers for agenda item 7.2?
There's still no participants, ma'am, on the via phone line, so you may continue.
Thank you.
We have no one on the phone. Make a last call here in the chambers for anyone who would like to speak. Seeing no one coming forward, Council, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Beloga to close the public hearing on item 7.2. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Larson.
Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing on item 7.2. Council discussion on this? Or no discussion, I would look for action.
Mayor, I'm happy to make the motion.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move to approve the second amendment to the 2019 CDBG Action Plan.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Carter to approve the second amendment to the 2019 CDBG Action Plan. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Larson.
Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks much, and look forward to seeing those resources get out into the community. Thank you. We will move on to item 7.3, which is hearing, but in the meantime, Ms. Wilson, I think we can release our operator for the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nora, that is all the public hearings we have for this evening, so you can go ahead and disconnect the line. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you and have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you, Nora. As I said, I'll call item 7.3 tonight. It is a hearing for an appeal of a denial of a massage therapist license renewal application. And this is an individual, not an establishment. And we'll work our way through this, and I'll lay it out here in just a moment. I do want to point out the council in this situation, this is a bit unique for us. We're going to be acting in a quasi-judicial manner right now, almost as a court. So this is almost a court hearing. And the way I would like to lay this out is I will officially call and open the hearing and then break it down in this way. I would like to hear the city staff report, and I know we've got a couple of members of our city staff to talk, and take about 10 minutes to hear the city staff report. I would like to hear the report from the applicant or the appellant, and again, about 10 minutes, so about equal time between the two. Take questions from the city council, so I'd like to hold questions during the presentations. We'll get both information from both the city staff report and the applicants, and then we'll go in order. We'll take the city of Bloomington questions first, and then the appellant. We'll close the hearing. We'll have our discussion, and we'll go forward from there. Mr. Zuniga, you always tell me here if I'm going off the rails at all.
Mr. Mayor, I think you have the process correct.
All right, I think we've got it down. I do want to, just to clarify some things here. This is the steps that need to be taken, or that can be taken if a license is denied. The person whose license is denied does have the opportunity to appeal. So this is not uncommon. This is possible. And as I said, in this situation, for the council, will be acting as basically a judiciary, a quasi-judiciary manner, as a court of law. I know we have an interpreter here because I believe there's a language issue that we have to make sure that everybody understands and we're clear on all the information going forward. So however it works best, to sit together or to come forward, or however it would work best. And with that, I would officially open this hearing, and I will call for the city staff report. I believe we're going to be hearing from Doug Junker and Commander Utek from the Bloomington Police Department.
is.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I'll just kind of go over the timeline and what brought us here tonight. Again, I was brought to my attention back in March that the undercover division of our police department did an undercover operation at Pearl Spa, and did have some, due to some activity they saw on some websites indicating some potential sexual activity at the site. They did tell me they did have some sexual activity during that operation, and that they're reviewing it for chargeability. In the meantime, Ms. Cheng's license came up for renewal. So massage, taxi, body art, all of these every year at renewal time, we do background checks. So if there's any criminal activity in our city or any other city, we look at that for any kind of licensing violations. So that police report did come back. So on the 18th, an undercover operative, following up on that internet lead, went in for a massage, and Ms. Cheng was the operator. During the massage, there was and this is pertinent to our code, the undercover officer was not offered any covering, and then during that massage, she did attempt to massage his genitalia. So that's a violation in our code of 2 specific codes, sections. Because of that, I denied that license on July 1st. When we deny a license, we send a letter to the applicant explaining why they were denied, criminal or whatever the background issue might be. And in this case, a violation of our code. And they are given a 20-day period to appeal that. There's also a letter that is sent to the establishment saying that this person's license is not renewable. We don't go into details on that. There was a issue with the address. Ms. Cheng had moved and not registered that with us, so the letter did not get to her. But because the letter went to the business, she was informed, and on the 12th came in and she got a letter. I handed it to her at the counter, which then extended that 20 days, but they responded promptly after getting that letter with the appeal. I guess I'll leave it up to Commander Utek, and I have any other questions for myself, Amir?
We'll get to questions as we finish both presentations. Commander Utek?
Good evening. I was briefed by the undercover officers that were in this case, and as well as reviewing the police reports. To summarize on what Mr. Junker said, the case was investigated by our Special Investigation Unit, which primarily works narcotics and human trafficking cases. Part of their job is they periodically review a website where customers post reviews of massage parlors that are providing a sexual service for money. Back in March, they noticed that Pearl Massage in Bloomington was mentioned in this site on a couple recent reviews of offering sexual activities for money. So one of the undercover officers set up an appointment for a massage. We had 2 other undercover officers out in the parking lot as cover during that operation. As Mr. Junker said, he went inside for the massage, met with Ms. Sheng, and was asked to take off his clothing, including his underwear. The massage started. At some point in the massage, she began to manually stimulate his genitals. He immediately said no and stopped the massage and ended the massage and went out to the parking lot to brief the other 2 detectives. Those 2 detectives went inside and spoke originally to the owner and also to Ms. Cheng, advised them both of what happened. There was some language barrier issues, so I think they initially used an app on the phone and eventually called a friend of the owner to translate over the phone. They explained what was happening or what had happened. There was a denial from both the owner and the employee that was involved. They left it at the detectives were advised, or they advised the owner and the employee that a report was going to be forwarded to licensing, and left the establishment at that time.
Very good. Is there anything else to add?
Not this time.
All right. If we could then, if we could hear from the appellant, please.
Good evening, Mayor.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Don Zhou. I'm representing the applicant. And as the mayor said in the very beginning, this is City Council. City Council sits in as a semi-judicial body. And the standard of review would be a clear, convincing evidence, is that the police report. Now, what I'm saying here, representing the applicant here, is that nothing happens in a vacuum. Everything happens in a reason. We're looking at an applicant, maybe I can ask her to come up here, or you just sit there to see. She has been practicing massage for the past 10 years. Look at her history. She has a smacky clean record. She has no criminal charge of criminal sexual conduct. Smacky clean. The businesses she worked in, there's no suspicions, and there's no charge of any activity, including this one. We heard that the police said they had some web review of some illegal activity, but as council members, you all know, when we're dealing with DWI cases, we can hear that police got a tip, somebody is drunk, the police stopped them, doing some investigations. In this case, obviously there was web reviews of what's going on. Police went to visit. Now, if we believe the police report, that business should not be operating as of today. And that business is still going, operating. What is the evidence? The evidence, Councilmember, I believe you have the report. The police undercover, when they investigate, the police had a recording device. What did you get? You get nothing. Well, of course, it's illegal to record the video, but he could record the audio. And he said, no. I'm telling you, we have the affidavit. My client did not speak English. There was no communications. She didn't ask him to take off the clothes. It's the understanding in the store. You come to the store to perform massage, you know what to do. The clothes, the towels are everywhere. It's everywhere. Now, my client did not communicate. In all the statement you hear from the police, this is a half-hour massage. 20 minutes on the back, 5 minutes on the arms, 5 minutes on the legs. Now, 20 minutes on the back is done, arms done in the 5 minutes. She proceeded to massage the legs, and from the affidavit you heard from my client, he said, no, my arm. She continued massage on the arm, finished. Now, this is much telling. If she did anything illegal, why did the policeman leave the store, embrace her, and tip her $40? Tip her $40 for what? Doing illegal action? Attempted action. Now, as we criminal attorney, we understand attempting is a crime. The city could charge him attempting, of course. So there was no charge, there's no citation, the business is still going on, and all of a sudden, 6 months later when she wanted to renew, and she was denied. My client is a 60-year-old Chinese immigrant here. Massages are her only ways of making a living. And what's more, you're looking at somebody who has no criminal background. So the city council is going to make a decision based on what? One police report, which is so vague, attempted. There was nothing, there's no clear convincing. It's not even a more probably than not in a legal term. What we say, a probable cause, 51%. Is it happening? Is it not happening? Is it happening? 2 hours later, and then a few minutes later, 2 policemen came to the store to say there was some illegal activity going on. Both the owners and my client denied it. There was just nothing happening. Now, why is she all of a sudden, she's been doing the massage for 10 years. Why does she all of a sudden try to do something to jeopardize? She's looking at retirement in a couple of years, maybe. Why is she jeopardizing? Now, in the police report, council member, you will see that when this business was opened, the city council member or somebody in charge of it talked to the business person to say, look, there was some activity in the store before you. You better not, make sure you better not activity going on. So the store owner was very strict with the people. My client actually, in the history, there was a phone number I included in the affidavit. That's actually, we later find, that's actually an FBI number. is my client actually, not only she didn't do it, she collaborated with the police. She reported incidents. So she knows what is going on. She didn't speak any English. Now, the words that the police report used say, attempted. So since when you could just, let's assume she was looking at something. Since when is a crime to look at something? Let alone there's nothing in here. I was sitting in the audience today, listening to the racial equity action team. I was very encouraging. I want to thank the city for doing that. I mean, we're looking at, we understand the city try to crack down on those illegal sexual activities. We understand. We support the city to doing that. But please, punish the real culprit. Don't take it out on a woman who's just, there's just no history of showing she's doing it. A person that just pick her out and the city didn't even charge her. Just say you, and not 6 months later come back and renew and deny her a license renewal. Based on what? A very vague statement from the city. Now, Minnesota Court of Appeals have a lot of massage cases denying, supporting the city council's decision. Those cases, either there's known sexual conduct in the store, it was reported in the newspaper, it was admitted, some cases admitted by the owner there was something going on, and in some cases it was the person who had criminal background before. It's more likely than not she was doing that. There was nothing, no case like this, when there was a person who has no criminal background, who has done nothing wrong, was not told right away that she did anything wrong, was ordered to stop working, and the business where this activity was supposed to be going on is still operating as of today. Why not shut the business down if that's the case? So now, lastly, I want to say the consequences. When you deny her license renewal, she is done. There's nowhere around the 11 counties in Minneapolis, around the city, she can apply. She has to wait for 5 years to apply. She basically, you're taking her employment opportunity out in this difficult cases of COVID-19, times of COVID-19. And she would deserve it if you have the evidence to say, yeah, she did it. She would deserve it. But the evidence is so flimsy. It's not even credible. So I would suggest any decisions that the city council would make would be really arbitrary and capricious, based on a very flimsy statement from the police. Thank you.
Thank you. So as we get to questions here, Council, let's start with if we could get Mr. Junker and Commander Utek back up here. We will start with questions for the city of Bloomington, and then we'll move on. So I have a couple questions. I don't want to jump on toes here. If does anybody have questions to move forward with here? Because I'll be happy to. So, Mr. Junker, so this being 6 months later with the non-renewal of the license, if there was a license violation, do we have a provision to pull a license immediately? And if so, why wasn't that done in this case?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. If this would have gone to a criminal charge, we definitely would have brought this back quicker. Being that I was kind of waiting for this to be charged out, we were trying to wait and see what happens. So by the time everything, it just moved slowly. But yeah, if this would have been a criminal charge, then we would have been able to move a lot quicker. We definitely would have been back right away.
Okay.
But.
And Commander Utek, a couple of questions for you. So why wasn't it charged, or why hasn't it been charged? And can you talk about the use of body cameras, especially if an officer is working undercover? Could you explain that? But those two things. First of all, why wasn't this charged? And then explain the use of body cameras.
Certainly. Mayor, Council. About 5 years ago, there was a shift and kind of a change on prostitution cases and sexual trafficking cases where the actual person engaged in the activity is looked at as a victim, victim in some cases of human trafficking, where they either are forcibly made to do something by what we used to call a pimp. In those cases and in the cases in the last 5 years, we rarely send it in for prosecution of the actual person committing the act. Usually they'll offer services, referrals to try to get them out of that situation. If that's the case, they'll look at if it's going on in a hotel room or a private residence, to take action so it can't occur there anymore. Or in this case, a business, they'll look at taking action with the license. But very rarely that the actual person, and they'll also try to, if somebody's organizing it or the pimp, they'll try to charge them versus the person actually committing the act. And they actually change some of the terminology. A lot of times they're called victims, and they'll track it as rescues when they get somebody out of that kind of situation. Regarding the body cameras, for undercover operations, our detectives don't wear body cameras. In this case, one of the detectives who was outside, again undercover but outside, she did have her body camera in her pocket, recording the audio portion of when they went in and talked to the owner and the employee. So there's no video, there is audio of, like I mentioned before, they claimed why they were there and what allegation of what took place, and that was basically the extent of the recording.
So what we're considering here is not necessarily a criminal violation, but rather a violation of a city license agreement, correct?
Yeah, correct, Mr. Mayor.
And under those cases, whether it's this case or any case where we pull a license for whatever reason, where's the burden of proof? What's the burden of proof for that type of thing?
In this case, Mr. Mayor, it's this police report and specifically those two items that are addressed directly in our code.
Mr. Zuniga, can a little bit more information on that?
Mr. Mayor, because this is an administrative offense, not a criminal penalty, like you did say, the burden of proof would be what we call a preponderance of the evidence. So applicants' counsel did hit it, kind of that 51% standard. So 51% that the action did occur.
Council questions. Councilmember Nelson, you have questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think you asked most of the good questions. One of the questions I had was related to what was just spoken about in terms of trafficking and the individual potentially being a victim. Is there any indication that this woman is a victim of trafficking versus a will for action of her own volition?
Commander?
Council Mayor, there's no evidence that I'm aware of that she was a victim of trafficking that was discovered.
Was a tip paid to her at the end of the service?
Council Mayor, my understanding is yes, that he did pay the initial buy money used for the massage and then left a tip before he left the premises.
Okay. Is that a normal practice in this type of situation to essentially act as if this is normal until later action is taken?
Correct. We want, to the extent possible, we did not want the undercover officer who was in there by himself, in this case, partially clothed, they're in the process of getting dressed, to make any kind of action like an arrest or mention that he's a police officer. We want him to keep it as normal as possible. He did finish the massage early, but wanted to keep it as a business-like transaction to that extent, and then let the officers who are outside could come in and make that announcement, that they were the police.
Yeah. Her attorney indicated that she's been doing this for 10 years. Has she been licensed for 10 years in the city of Bloomington?
Mr. Junker?
So she's been with us since 2019. You're sorry. She was with us since, yeah. So the store took over in 2019. The owner and the other massage therapist there. And I believe she was right at that same time. Yes. So all around that same time.
So according to my math, that would be 2 years. Is that approximately accurate? Okay.
Correct, 2 years and everything.
All right. And then one of the other things that their attorney brought up is why was no action taken against the business where this happened? Can you address that? I mean, I know that just as an example, if somebody sells liquor to an underage individual, there's action taken against the business as well as the person selling it. Why is there no action taken against the business in this case?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, Massage Enterprises are actually in renewal as of today. We mailed those out. And we do, in our code, we do hold the owners responsible for the actions in their establishments. At this time, after review of this and talking with environmental health, we don't really have a lot to act on or see a real steady pattern, but that could be discussed further because again, we are in renewal time for the establishments.
Okay. Those are the questions I had. I'll turn it over to anybody else that has other questions. Thank you for your time.
Councilmember Lohman, Councilmember Coulter, and then Councilmember Beloga. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. So then, my understanding is that the police have identified that the first area of issue is the covering offered, and the secondary issue is the stimulation. So I want to just take the first piece first with the covering piece. So when we talk about that covering that was offered there, I thought I heard that you said that the officer that was the undercover had gotten there and then was instructed to take off all their clothes. And then there was no towel or anything there in that room. Help me understand that. I've never been in this institution or seen the process with that. And given that there's a communication piece here, I'm wanting to understand how that plays a role in this process in terms of communication. So just take me through that so I understand that piece of it.
Commander?
Certainly. Council, Mayor, in speaking with that undercover officer today, I asked for some more detail along those lines. He was instructed to take his pants off. He wasn't sure about taking his underwear off, and he actually had advised me that she had pulled down on his underwear, and he was given a small, what he called paper size, about the size of this, as a towel to put over him.
So my understanding is that she instructed the removal of the garments.
Correct, for his pants and underwear. I believe he had already taken off his shirt, and then she came back in the room and asked him.
Then instructed to take all this off, and then handed basically a piece of paper, 8.5 by 11, to the officer.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's pretty clear. And then in terms of Mr. Junkert, in terms of our code, is there a standard size by which that we're supposed to have a covering that's offered? Help me understand how that works.
No, Mr. Mayor and Council, no, there isn't anything laid out inch by inch or anything like that, but usually it's a towel or a sheet. And that's what we check when we do our inspections, that they have enough inventory to get them through the day and or the week or whatever, and that it's being laundered. We don't get into if it's a washcloth or a bath towel. So,
okay. So it sounds like to me that the communication was pretty clear in terms of that the officer was instructed to take off the garments, and then the towel was seems to fit our standard or not fit our standard.
I suppose in this case it covered what it needed to cover, but if that were to be a female patient or a customer, that would be obviously too small because there's more coverage needed.
Okay. And I might come back to that. Let's get to the stimulation piece here. So the thing that I'm trying to understand when the event took place, how do we ensure that there wasn't a misunderstanding with that particular act that took place or that event that took place? Can you walk me through that so I have a clear, crisp understanding? So I know we're trying to get to this threshold here.
As council member and mayor, in talking with that undercover officer, he advised that when he was asked to flip over, she began to massage his genitals, and he stopped it immediately when that when that action was taking place. He yelled stop, and then after that, she looked surprised, and she started to massage his shoulders, and that's when he ended the massage shortly after that.
Okay, that's clear. That's pretty much what was written inside of the reports that were provided to the council for the proceedings here. So then let me just finally then go back again to the standards that are there. When we go through and then check on these institutions in terms of what they are providing for coverage, help me understand how that process works. Do we verify that? Is there different places in different locations where these towels can be picked up? Is there some responsibility that's left with the patron that's going in there? Help me understand that.
Mr. Mayor and Council, so as two parts there, I guess. As far as what the inspection is done, again, we're looking for a inventory of sheets or towels and that they're maintained and cleaned according to our code. As far as general practice goes, when you go into a massage, usually that towel or sheet is on the table and waiting for the customer to disrobe or get to whatever point of comfortable where they want to go with their disrobing and then covering up with the towel on the massage table or sheet. They shouldn't have to get it out of a cabinet or anything themselves. It should be there.
One other thing, Mayor, if I could, I heard that there was a FBI phone number was provided to the person that probably in some other location. Did we verify whether or not that was a FBI number or what the veracity of that was?
No, Councilmember and Mayor, this is the first time I've heard about that phone number.
Yeah, I did see that in the report, so I'm just curious. It just goes to kind of the background of what the other person claims here in terms of their background, that they were utilized in that. So I was just a little bit curious if we did any research on that. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. So I'm going to kind of just cut to the chase here and ask the question I suspect everybody is wondering. Given what you have stated here and the affidavit that the appellant has issued, in your words and sort of from your perspective, how are we supposed to reconcile those two clearly different reports and descriptions of what transpired?
Is that
Mr. Zuniga, do you want to chime in on this?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Coulter, like the mayor stated earlier, this is a quasi-judicial function for the city council. And essentially you are acting as the fact finder. And so it is up to you to decide who has the credibility and whose account of the events are more likely to have occurred. And that is the role of the city council.
Thank you. I perhaps was a little bit unclear here. I understand the process side of it. That was not so much my question, so much as Mr. Junker and Commander Utek, I guess maybe the better way to phrase this is, what is your sort of response to that affidavit, given the statements, and I tried to get to it before it got to be my turn here, but I mean, there are a number of pretty clear statements in that affidavit regarding not only this particular appellant, but the events that transpired. I'm just curious what your response is to that.
Mr. Mayor and Council Member Coulter, again, I can only speak to what I had at the time of my denial. I had a police report, including a follow-up interview by the other officers, and the facts of that report. So that's what my denial is based on. Since then, now the affidavit's been turned in for tonight's hearing, but I have to just go with what I have at that moment.
Sorry, Commander, did you have any?
Just to add on to that, from the police perspective, Mayor and Council, is this was a result of information that they gleaned even 2 years earlier that this establishment was on the radar based on review of those websites of certain illegal activity going on there. Our detective went in there with inspections and basically put them on notice that this is what's been reported, make sure it's not happening. Now in March, they go back to look at this website again, not specifically looking for this business, but they find this Bloomington establishment on there, again, reporting the same type of activity. And they follow the next step with that by sending an undercover detective inside the business. And I believe what took place was what that detective put in the report.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, a few other questions here. Just to sort of pick up on a point that Councilmember Lohman was getting at. One of the specific claims, for example, within the affidavit is that this appellant does not speak English and therefore could not have given verbal instructions. Without sort of trying to nitpick apart everything, I mean, based on the conversation you had with this undercover officer, is the implication that those instructions were verbal or nonverbal?
Council Mayor, I'm not sure exactly if it was 100% verbal or with gestures made, to disrobe. When talking to him, it was communicated to him to take off his clothes. I don't know exactly the format.
Okay, and I understand. Obviously, this is a secondhand conversation. I just kind of wanted to get to that. I guess sort of to sort of cut to the chase here, beyond the police report and understanding the environment that we're in and so on, is there, I'm just going to ask the question the way I want to ask it. What other evidence is there to sort of corroborate this particular case beyond the police report?
Council Mayor, I believe the other evidence would be pointing towards those reviews on the online website where you've had more than one person make a comment about this activity, sexual services for payment were taking place at this business.
Thank you. And just one last follow-up to that. When you say more than one person, can we figure in sort of orders of magnitude? I mean, is it 2? Is it 10? Is it 20? What are we talking about here?
Regarding the March incident, there was at least 2 separate reviews that were posted. Since then, I've learned that there were several more. Some of them go back further. I couldn't give you the exact number, but there was more than 2. But some of those go back a couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, the majority of my questions have already been asked and answered by other members. So I was a little unclear. Are charges still pending?
Council, Mr. Mayor, at this point, the report hasn't been submitted yet for any charges. The goal was to submit this report to licensing to take action that way.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Appreciate that. So the question was asked about corroborating information on behalf of the police report. And I would ask that same question then on the affidavit of the appellant. What other corroborating information do we have that supports these statements?
I believe that might be a question up next for the appellant, wouldn't it be, Councilmember?
I'm sorry, you're spot on there. Yes.
Okay. We'll get to that in just a moment. Yep.
I think my second question, second remaining question, is also then for the appellant's representative too. So that concludes my comments.
All right. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have a quick question. So related to the reviews that were on the website, were they about this specific massage therapist or about the establishment itself?
Councilmember, Mr. Mayor, it was about both actually, let me correct that. I don't know if it was particularly about this person. There's names mentioned. I think there are nicknames given. Some reviewers don't post a name, but there was some names mentioned. Ms. Chen specifically was not mentioned, but I don't know if that was one of those names was referring to her or not. And then the establishment itself was mentioned in there.
Okay. So if the reviews are mostly about the establishment and if the business has been on the radar for a couple of years, I guess I'm just questioning why this specific massage. I mean, I understand that there was the police report but there haven't been charges filed yet. I guess I'm wondering why we're not investigating the business as its entirety versus one massage therapist at the business if we suspect there might be activity happening on a broader scale at the organization or the company.
Sure. Council, Mr. Mayor, initially this was on the radar, so to speak, a couple years ago. I think with COVID and everything, most of the massage parlors, things, were quiet business-wise. It didn't rise back up to that level again until recently, this in March, when the detective just going back to review some of these online postings saw it again. So whether there'll be an ongoing investigation, I can't comment right now at this point on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Councilmember Lohman?
Thank you, Mayor. So with respect to the events that took place, we had 2 officers standing outside, and I would imagine that the undercover officer that left the establishment and came out explained what happened to those officers.
Yes, Councilmember Mayor, that's correct. He went outside and briefed the officers on what happened, and they went in. And even when they were inside, they were sharing a photograph of I believe it was the owner and the employee to confirm that who was who and who the person was that gave him the massage. So they were texting back outside to him. So he was still outside, but not inside the business.
And I imagine that that each one of these officers provided a report of the events that took place during that particular that day.
Yes, I have a report from one of the 2 officers. They were right next to each other. Unless I'm missing it, I just have the report from the one of those 2.
Okay. And then did you have a chance to interview those other officers that were there? Did their stories match up with what all the other officers had said during that particular time?
Councilman, yes, they did.
And then to kind of go back to what my colleague here, Councilmember Coulter, had asked, when we look at the service records of these folks that are undercover, any issues there with respect to those service records?
Council Mayor, no, there's no issue.
I think we're all set then on that. Oh, I did have one last question, and then I'm all done, Mayor. With respect to the audio that's there, certainly we had some confusion there, so that's where I'm a little bit concerned that when we got to the point where the other officers came in to explain what was taking place, there seemed to be some confusion there. Yet we're claiming in our report that there is, very, very clearly what was going on in terms of around their coverings and the stimulation. So can you help me to kind of tie that up? Why the confusion when we get to the trying to explain what took place, and then what the other 2 events that are taking place there?
Yes, Councilmember Lohman, Council Mayor. I think part of that confusion when they went inside, they initially met with the owner, and the detectives that went inside were not aware of if it was the owner or another employee that had done the massage. And there was that confusion along with the language. There was some translation needed. And like I mentioned initially, they tried to bridge that with an app on the phone, and then it ended up calling a friend of the owner to translate for him. Throughout that whole process, the other employee came to the front counter, and they were able to establish that she was the one who provided the massage, and verified that with sending her photograph back to the officer with the undercover officer that was in that room. So there was some of that confusion when they initially went in there, because they walked in there and talked to the owner, not knowing if the owner was the person that gave the massage, and then they had to verify and clarify that.
Thanks for clarifying that. That makes it a little more clear. Thanks.
Council, anything additional? Councilmember Coulter?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, just one last question of clarification for you, Mr. Junker. To clarify, in addition to licensing individual massage therapists, we, as the city, license massage therapy enterprises as well. Am I correct in that understanding?
Correct, Councilmember Coulter. Yep, it's you must have a business before you can have therapists. So the business is the number one thing. Yep.
Sure. Thank you.
But I think it's important to note here, this isn't looking at the enterprise, this is looking at the individual. We're questioning specifically the individual. And so once again, Mr. Junker, before we move on, so the provisions within city license agreements that were violated here that would be subject to a revocation of a massage license are?
So Bloomington City Code 14.269, Section F and Section I pertain to the covering of the customer, and then I, the specific massage of certain anatomical areas.
Copy. All right, thank you. Council, any additional questions? Mr. Zuniga, any clarifications for us, or?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Thank you. And now let's move to questions for the appellant.
Sure. Thank you very much, council members. Those are good questions. But before any questions, I want to just put out 2 points there. We heard earlier that the police report said attempted to stimulate. Now we just heard the evidence to say start to stipulate. What is that? That's contradiction right there. And Mr. Zuniga has talked about the standards. It's preponderance. Giving the evidence, is it likely that's happened? Now, we know if the masseuse attempted to or started to stimulate the private parts, Minnesota Statute 471.709 says it is a gross misdemeanor. Charges right there. Why not charge it?
Right.
471.709.
If I could, I appreciate the additional information, but we're to the point here. I would like to have the council, an opportunity for the council to ask questions, if we could.
Sure.
And I believe that Councilmember Beloga had a couple of specific questions for the appellate. So, Councilmember Beloga, do you want to lead us off here?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you probably heard my question earlier about what other evidence is there to support the affidavit of your client. Is there any substantive information to support her claims in the affidavit?
She wouldn't, but it's not her burden. It's the state's burden to prove by preponderance. The question is, the police department, when they decide to renew, they already checked her criminal background, 5 years at least. What did they turn up with? What did they provide? Nothing. She has provided affidavit with the phone numbers, and that's all there is. She is licensed in Blaine. It's like she is innocent. She has to prove her innocence. Let's just turn the table around.
So I'm taking it that your answer is that there's no corroborating evidence.
She doesn't have any. She has a license I sent to Mr. Zuniga from Blaine in the past few years, 2018 at least. She's been licensed in Minnesota.
Sir, the question is about her affidavit, not about her license.
Right.
And am I correct to say then that there is no corroborating information or evidence that support her that affidavit other than what is written?
There's no evidence to prove her innocence. No, she doesn't have any.
Yes, thank you. Then she states that she does not speak English, but how does she communicate with new customers?
She did not. The customer has an appointment with the store. They say how many hours, half an hour, 1 hour. Put the money, change the money, start for half an hour, back, arms, legs. That's what it says. For 1 hour, this is routine. She didn't communicate. Well, she could say hello, of course. But other than that, now, particularly important in this case, you have heard that the police couldn't find any towers, only find that teeny little towers. City of Bloomington has the ordinances. If you don't have the tower, the store should be shut down right now. What action was taken? It's the store's responsibility. There was nothing taken. check the city ordinances that the police just said. The first ordinances, you have to have a covering. Now, there was no covering. It's the store's violation. Why was there no action against the store? The second one, massage the private parts, that's a gross misdemeanor. Why there was no charge? And conveniently, you just heard from police. There was a recording device, and there was a recording when the person went into the door. Now, conveniently, when you heard the police said, no, there was no recording. There was nothing. I would say that's the mass of the evidence. That's what we mean by preponderance of evidence. It's not against my client. The police have failed its burden right here based on one police testimony report and say this happened. Now you're looking at somebody. If the person has any history, you might believe it. If the store has history, you might believe it. Yes, you heard that 2 years ago there was something going on, but there was a new owner right now. They've been looking for it. There was just nothing in this case to say, this is the lady. Yes, there was review, but there was no name to this lady was engaged in it. It just putting all these things mishmashed together now work against a lady who has been doing this for 10 years with no record. And this is before the city council. You're like, the judges in this case. Is it likely that this happened? Or is it because of some undercover has a task going there looking for something, like council members saying, maybe it's oversensitive. Look for something, interpret it that way.
Councilmember Beloga, additional questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I apologize, sir. I forgot your name, but earlier you indicated that your client had 10 years of experience. Our staff indicated that it had a license in Bloomington since 2019, which would be about 2 years. And you just said that she had been licensed in Blaine since 2018. What is the actual number of years of experience, and what do you base that on?
She started in 2012 when she came to this country and practiced in New Mexico, where the phone number we provided in there. And then she moved to Minnesota, started to work in Burnsville, then Blaine, then Minneapolis. And she has been able to get licensed to practice all the time. Now, Blaine, I happen to defend people in Blaine too. Blaine is as strict as Bloomington. And I understand why the city want to crack down on these kind of illegal activities. But again, be very careful. Don't punish the innocent. There are some bad persons. Maybe there's some businesses. But make sure when you try to punish it, especially in this case, when you have the evidence, why do you leave the business alone and pick out somebody there based on one report? There was no customers even to say, oh, she did it. In these cases, we hear police usually talk to customers. Customers would say, oh, she did it, she did it. We have none in this case. This is making the decision very arbitrary in this case, or random.
Councilmember, additional questions?
Yeah, a couple more. Were there any violations of either city code, state law, federal law in New Mexico, Burnsville, Blaine, or any other location?
Absolutely no in New Mexico, absolutely no in Blaine. There was one incident in Burnsville where she was saying there was a no license issue. She was the owner, but then there was no service of process. She went to the city, she went to the court, and that case was dropped. That was about 8 years ago or something. And that was the only thing That's not even remotely connected with the criminal sexual activity that is going on.
Okay.
So we're looking
And
at,
then,
yeah, go ahead.
And I know you're representing your client here, but can you speak at all to why the owner denied the situation? I mean, how would the owner know what happened in that massage room? Why would the owner deny, or what? I mean, why? That's confusing to me.
I think the owner has faces a severe consequences if this happened in her store. When she opened it, you heard from the police. The detective mentioned it to the owner to say, look, we know that there was activity going on before you. You better not have this going on. She is in the business. She didn't want to lose her license. And she knows the person. She recruits, and they talked about it. No illegal activity. There might be a sign in the store to say, no illegal activity. She wants her business. Who wants to risk their businesses for what, $40 tip? And in this case, she didn't have to do it. And she still got $40 tip right there. So what is the rationale there? So we have to think about what is the rationale. People needs the job. Especially a person like my client. She's over 60 years old. I mean, how many years she has to work? And there's no other job.
Let's make sure we get all the questions in if we could.
Thank you.
So I have one more, Mayor, if that's all right.
Absolutely, council member.
So you indicated that the owner of the establishment emphasized that there was a previous history, doesn't want any problems, and yet you've also repeatedly said that why aren't there actions against the owner? Who is the real culprit? I mean, you've kind of played like the owner's okay, but also the owner is to blame. Which is it? Is the owner to blame? Is the owner completely innocent in this? What is the actual situation there?
I'm sorry if I give that impression. What I'm saying is this thing never happened. If it happened, the city usually would look for the owner. You just heard the police. They're looking for the owner. They're not looking for their individual massage people. And we just listened. This policeman looking for tower in the room. That's not an individual violation. That's a store violation right there. The store does not provide the tower. So why do you blame let's assume it happens. It never happened. They had it. Every bed has a big massage tower. This is just not credible. It's a made up. That's our assertion. It never happened. That's why there was no charge. Now you just blamed it on this city violation so you can get through. You didn't have an audio. He said no. Well, we didn't have we have the audio, but we don't have the audio when it really matters.
So one last question, if I might, Mayor.
Please.
You've basically stated that the police officer is incredible. I'm trying to find a way or try to understand how would a police officer mistake his leg for his genitalia?
You have to ask the policeman. What I'm saying is that the story is not credible. I'm not claiming that the policeman is lying. The policeman may be oversensitive. He'd go in looking for this kind of evidences. That's what he finds.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you. So is the owner here tonight?
No, I don't think so.
Do we know why they weren't able to make it here to corroborate some of this?
Well, the owner's license is not in question. It's my client who's now hasn't been worked since the renewal for denial was issued. So the business is still operating. The owner, there's nothing happening to the owner.
Okay. And then, if you will, there was that phone number that was in there from the FBI. Can you opine a little bit on that for me, please?
That's the number that she worked in New Mexico. she discovered there was something going on in the store, she reported right there. She didn't want to get into trouble when this thing's going on. She reported and cooperate with the police. Please give the number to say, if you ever face retaliation or need any help, this is the phone number right here. That's where she got it. Okay.
So if I understand what you're saying, is that you're saying that she was working along with law enforcement officials to prevent the very thing that was taking place, that took place here in Bloomington. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. She knew what was going on. She knew what was going on.
I didn't see anything in the information here to corroborate that. Is there anything else to corroborate that particular?
She didn't have anything. When I got the number, she was the number in Chinese, and she didn't speak English. So it would be very difficult for her to find out who the person is or whatever. That it's good that she had the phone number right there. Yeah, and I think that what was crucial here is that when a city denies a license, the city's police department investigate their criminal backgrounds. They invest their criminal backgrounds. They just don't rely on one report. They have what they did in the past 5 years, what happened, maybe longer than that, what store they worked in, that store had problems. We didn't have any of those.
Okay, no, I get that. All right, so let's go to the two, you had referred to it a little bit here, the two charges here that are not even charges, the administrative situation here. The first one is the covering piece. Take me through that piece here. Help me understand that.
The city ordinances to say a massage has to have a paper towel in the room so that the person can cover themselves. That's the store's responsibility. They have to have a towel in the room. Now, there was another ordinances maybe to say during the massage, this person has to be fully covered. Now, there was no evidence, there's no allegation to say she didn't have her covered during the whole process. As a matter of fact, they have towers. I've defended many massage cases. They have towers over there. So that's the one thing.
So you said that the towels in the room? Are they outside? Help me understand that.
On the table, massage table right there, a towel, if I may gesture, the towel usually cover a person from the neck to this part. A big towel, not just a small 11-inch cover the private areas.
So what you're saying is in that room you're saying that the police that were just up here, that wasn't the towel that they had in that room?
There has to be. There had to be. Just by the usual business course, every room has a towel. Every room on the table, there is a towel. Okay. That's just absolutely, that's a city ordinances too. You just have to have them. Otherwise, the business is in violation.
Okay. Let's move on then with the stimulation piece. I'm still not, help me understand how somebody could confuse that, because that piece, that's the part I can't understand here. I want to help me understand that.
During the massage, if Minnesota statute says, if the masseuse touch any of the private parts, it's a gross misdemeanor. It's not even a misdemeanor. It's a gross misdemeanor. Section 471.709. I think Mr. Zuniga would know that. There's a lot of cities charge that. Starts from gross misdemeanor, touching the private parts. That's evidence right there. I mean, they can charge. And also attempt. You can always charge somebody with attempted murder, even if you didn't murder anybody. That's a crime right there. Interestingly, when we hear the city to say, oh, we're not charging them. If the evidence is so high, why not? And then now you are investing the business. Are you investigating the business or are you investigating the specific masseuse in this case? It's just the evidence right here is one report, so random, and deny the individual massage worker allowing the business to continue. It just doesn't make sense.
Pardon me. I think those are the questions I have right now. I have to have a look here, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council, additional questions? Councilmember Coulter?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few quick questions here. I'm going to try and just kind of go in order here, but picking up on what Councilmember Lohman asked, this phone number in this affidavit, I'm still confused. What is that phone number? Is that local law enforcement? Is that the FBI? What if I were to dial that number, who would I get?
Well, let me just say that when I help her to write the affidavit, just like the council member just said, what corroboration you have? We don't have any. That's the phone number we have to show she worked with the police before. She worked, so we put it in there. So in case the city wants to investigate,
Okay, but that didn't really answer my question here. Is that local police in New Mexico?
When I
not clear
wrote
to
it,
me what this. I understand what you're saying, but you put this phone number in an affidavit, and I don't know what phone number that is. Do I have to call this number to figure out what it is?
when I wrote it, she told me as a New Mexico police member, but now we find out it was an FBI number.
Okay, so to the best of your knowledge right now, you're saying that is an FBI number.
Correct.
Okay, so the reason I ask that is because the area code listed in that number is a California area code.
Yeah, it could be the FBI number right there.
But when I Google where there are FBI field offices, there are 2 in New Mexico. So this is all sort of, I'm just trying to understand why, if it were an FBI number, why would it not have a New Mexico field office area code?
I don't know. That beyond me. Usually FBI is nationwide. They can, like Homeland Security investigate.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm struggling to understand the purpose of putting that in there. But then the other question that I have, you state in here that the appellant that your client, I should say, she does not speak English. So, and she says let me find this again. I do not engage in any communications with the customer because I do not speak English, other than to ask, are you ready, before I enter the room. And she states that she do not and does not, or she says, I do not and did not ask customers to take their clothes off, again, stating that she does not speak English. Does she provide any kind of nonverbal or verbal instructions at all?
She wouldn't need to.
Okay,
she would not need to.
So to be clear, again, I want to understand this. Your claim is that once, so this is a case where the term client gets a little confusing. When your client walks into a room to perform a massage, the massage client essentially lays on the table and your client performs the massage. Does she even indicate to, if they're lying on their back, does she indicate to flip over or anything like that?
The flip over part is when the back is done. She might indicate it, flip over.
Okay. So that would be an example of a nonverbal instruction that she would provide.
Correct.
So, okay. Just to make sure I understand. So would that would be the only example of any kind of instruction that she would provide?
As far as my investigation, that would be the only one. She does not speak English. She didn't engage in communications with the customers.
Okay, so just to be crystal clear on this point, other than flipping from one side to the other, your client does not provide any verbal or nonverbal instruction.
Absolutely no verbal.
To the clients that she performs massage on.
Absolutely no verbal, but nonverbal, my hands move down when the policeman, like here, she might nod in her head or something.
Okay. I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had tried that phone number listed in the affidavit, and there was a voicemail or a voice mail and a recording, outgoing recording, that just said, leave your message for this number. There's no indication that it's for any type of police authority associated with that. Wanted to share that information with the council.
Council, do we have additional questions? If I don't see additional questions, we do need to officially close the hearing. So when we're done asking questions, and then we can begin our discussion. So Councilmember Lohman, do you have?
Mayor, just more of a process question. Is there going to be any closing statements by either side, or is
No, I think we have heard what we've heard. Councilmember Coulter?
Sorry, Mayor, I don't know if this would be appropriate. I know we already heard from the city. I just have one last brief question from the city perspective. I don't know.
I think we could do that. So if you'd be amenable, I think we have one more.
Yeah, it's just a sort of an understanding.
A follow-up question for Mr. Junker, or
it'd probably be Commander Utech, I'm guessing. And I, obviously, again, understanding this is a secondhand conversation based on what you heard from the undercover officer. So, there was this statement about the covering, stating that it was quite small. And looking at the police report, no, I lost it. The officers, at that point, she burst back into the room and gave me $10 in change. I started to look for a towel to cover myself so I could finish undressing. So, I'm trying to understand this as best I can here, but is the statement that the only covering this officer could find was that small, sheet of paper sized covering? Is that correct?
Council, if there's no additional questions, Councilmember Nelson, I do see your hand up. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, Mayor. Two quick questions. One, the appellant's attorney indicated that the towel situation would be the responsibility of the business, not the applicant here. According to our code, is that accurate, or would the license holder also be responsible for ensuring that there's a proper towel in the room?
Mr. Junker.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Council. Again, each therapist should know what they need for their procedure, and the towels, if they weren't in the room, they should be getting them and prepping them for their customer. So, being that the room wasn't even prepared for that, says something about the therapist. So.
Yeah. And then maybe this is for Commander Utech, but the criminal standard would be different than the licensing standard. Is that accurate? I mean, we're looking at, according to what I heard from our attorney, preponderance of the evidence, and potentially a gross misdemeanor may have a different evidentiary standard, and there may continue to be an investigation of that. Is that accurate?
Council, Mayor, yes, that's accurate. There could be an ongoing investigation, and Mr. City Attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but this report could still be submitted for charging even at a later date.
Okay, so the fact that we haven't charged in this case does not mean that nothing happened.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Council, any further questions? If not, I would look for a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
So moved.
A second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga, second by Councilmember Lohman to close this hearing. Hearing no further council discussion on this. Ms. Larson.
Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. The hearing is officially closed. Council, this is the time for us to discuss this, and I think we've got to make sure that we understand exactly what we're trying to come to here. As Mr. Zuniga said, we need to get to a preponderance of the evidence and decide which way to go. And if we do go in the direction of upholding this license revocation, we have to have specific statements of evidence, statements of fact and evidence that we can bring forward and actually put into paper as to why we believe that happened. And so that's an important thing to keep in mind as we move this discussion forward. Also, I think it's also important to to keep in mind that a license is different than a criminal charge. I mean, a license, it has rules and regulations, and we seek compliance with those rules and regulations. And you know, essentially, we're allowing somebody to do something in our city that without a license they wouldn't be allowed to do. And it is. I don't want to say a privilege, but it's something, you know, it's just not everybody gets them, and they're just not always there. This was granted by the city, and this can be taken away by the city for licensing reasons. So with that as kind of the backdrop, interested in hearing thoughts and what directions the council is thinking on this. Councilmember Lohman?
I'll get us started here. So I've just kind of taken it from each charge here. So around the covering piece, I heard both sides of what took place, and you know, certainly it seemed that you know, the standard is to have, you know, a towel, and even while it was it seemed to be very small, it was there. So I'd have a difficult time making that particular piece. I do think that that'd be a difficult one for me to kind of get along with based on what I heard in terms of the evidence and the information that I heard today. You know, certainly gesturing and all that type of thing could, you know, certainly get you that standpoint. The piece that I cannot get around is on the secondary piece, which is around around that stimulation. You know, we've got an officer, we've got 3 officers there. They corroborated that information there. And so when I look at that, I have a hard time when I hear that perspective of it. On the other hand, we have the appellant or the client here, the masseuse that's claiming that you know, they've worked with the FBI. We can't substantiate that anywhere. Their background seems to be we don't have any charges except for the ones that Councilmember Nelson had brought forward in Burnsville, which they got that straightened out. So it appears that they have a pretty good background there. But the thing I think that an undercover officer would know that difference. Although the attorney here raised the point that, you know, maybe they're zealous in trying to go in there and trying to get a conviction based on the websites there. But I still can't get myself around that piece there. I think that an officer in the city of Bloomington would know in terms of that stimulation. So that's where I you know, based on the information I took in, certainly I could go through more of it, but that's basically where I stand at this, Mayor. And so in that case, then I would have to make the recommendation. But that first one around the covering, I don't see it.
Others? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, obviously this is a pretty sad situation for everybody involved. But I guess it comes down to the fact that I think the preponderance of evidence supports that something was attempted or initiated which shouldn't have been, which would preclude my being willing to say this is a license that should be renewed.
Others? I mean, I think to me, it comes down to, I mean, this is basically one word against another. I mean, whose word do we believe in this without that corroborated evidence, without that video or audio recording, without anything to back it up on either side? We have one person saying one thing, we have one person saying another. And my inclination and my thought process on this, I mean, this is a big deal. I mean, this is taking away a license, a livelihood for a resident of Bloomington, a person who works in Bloomington. But I can't get I can't come to the belief that the police would somehow either mistake this or make this up for any reason. Basically, what we're hearing, according to this affidavit, is they were saying that the police were lying. that didn't happen. And I just can't imagine a rationale or a logical leap as to why that would happen for something like this. This isn't, as I said, it's big for the individuals involved, but this isn't a major drug bust. This isn't an auto theft ring. I mean, this is an event that happened, and as I said, I just can't imagine a scenario where it would make sense for Bloomington police to fabricate this in some way and to lie about what happened in that room. I can't believe that would happen. So I would agree. Councilmember Lohman, you make the good point. I mean, the ordinance says covering without specifics on that. I mean, that's tough. But I do believe that the details and the allegations of the stimulation, I think, are hard to dispute. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In general, I'm going to agree that the preponderance of the evidence in my mind seems fairly clear to deny this license for a number of reasons, including a previous incident in Burnsville, even if it was resolved, an attempt to basically blame the proprietor for the towel situation, which should be the responsibility of that. I understand where Councilmember Lohman's coming from, and a towel was potentially there. I think that there were a number of attempts to deflect on this situation and to put it elsewhere as opposed to something else. And I think, candidly, when I looked at this, my first concern was about the individual being a victim. And although I think the preponderance of the evidence demonstrates an act that violates our licensing, I would hope that this individual knows that the city is here if she feels that she was victimized, that there is something else going on at that place. And I think one of the biggest things that leads me to that is the phone number, which seems to go to a blank voicemail, and would have been a very, very easy thing for them to bring forward, that it went somewhere, some more information about that she had worked with someone in the past, as opposed to putting it on our police force to provide and investigate that number. That would have been if she had worked with the FBI, that would have seemed fairly straightforward to bring forward to our department, to our licensing, to this hearing. But I don't want to dismiss that fact, because I do know that there are issues with that. And I'm in favor of denying this because of the preponderance of the evidence, but I also want to make sure that she knows that if something's going on, reach out to our staff, reach out to our police department, have an honest conversation with them about what's going on. And I think I have strong concerns about this business. Their attorney raised that very succinctly, and I don't think he's incorrect in that concern as well. So, sorry, I didn't mean to speak that long.
Thank you for your input, Councilmember. Councilmembers, anything else? Councilmember Carter.
So I will say, in general, I agree with several of the points made. I will say, though, where I'm struggling, I guess, and this is a really challenging issue and a challenging decision to make. But where I'm struggling is the fact that, we've kind of resolved the towel issue, right? Like, apparently there was something there, and so maybe that's not as big of an issue. But around the stimulation piece, I think it was mentioned several times that this is a misdemeanor or a gross. If she were to in fact have done that, it's a gross misdemeanor. And so the fact that we have not seen charges filed and she hasn't had a chance to kind of defend herself in court, it feels like we are. It just feels. It feels kind of wrong that we can then make that judgment and kind of take away her livelihood, honestly, without her having that opportunity. And I'm not saying really that I wish she would have been charged, but because I understand that the law enforcement has moved away from doing that for good reasons, but it's just really challenging to see that she has not been charged with anything, but we are willing to take her license away, although she hasn't been able to defend herself in front of a jury of her peers. So, if that makes sense, but overall, I think it sounds like I can see where this is going, but I wanted to make that comment.
No, and I appreciate that, and I agree. And it's just important to remember it's two different things. A criminal charge as opposed to a license violation are two different things with different, a preponderance of evidence wouldn't stand up in a court of law. I mean, we're able to find that here because of the licensing issue that we're dealing with. That doesn't always necessarily translate into criminal charges. So, Councilmember Coulter?
Thank you, Mayor. I really struggled with this. And I will be honest and say I struggled with this even, I can count noses. I struggled with this even after it was clear where a majority of this council was going. And, I think at the end of the day where I come down on this is, recognizing the point that you just made, Mayor, that this is a different standard than a criminal trial. We are acting as a quasi-judicial body. We are not a jury. And that's an important distinction as far as our decision making. And, I think for me, it may be the preponderance of the evidence, but it is a very, very narrow one. In essence, Mayor, like you said, this is one person's word against another. And, with recognizing the level that our decision making rises to, I wish we had more than that. But the reality is that we do not. We have what we have. And at the end of the day, I think the preponderance of the evidence, it may be like Mr. Zuniga said, a 51-49 scenario, but the preponderance of the evidence does to me warrant the denial of the license. And, this is one of those things, like I said, this was just a really, really hard decision to come to. You don't run for city council to deny people licenses, to take away their livelihoods. You don't run for city council to make decisions like this. But at the end of the day, you run for city council to make the tough decisions. And I respect that other folks come down, in different places on this. That's the way that goes. But since I have to make a decision, that's the decision that I've made.
Council, so as we move forward with this, we do need to ensure that, and again, I can count noses as well, and I think I can see where this is headed. We do need to make sure that our findings of fact, our findings of evidence are consistent and reflect exactly what our decisions are. And I think in the prepared information ahead of time, it included a notion about a towel. So I looked at Mr. Zuniga. How do we have to modify this to remove the towel finding?
Mr. Mayor, council members, what I'm hearing from you is that you're not going to find a violation of the towel requirement. And so I would propose in the proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision, under the conclusions of law section, paragraph 5, the final sentence, the city council concludes the applicant did massage the detective's genitalia area in violation of city code and therefore has violated Bloomington Code section 14.269 F. I would propose striking F, which is the towel requirement. And so the new sentence would read, The city council concludes the applicant did massage the detective's genitalia area in violation of city code and therefore has violated Bloomington Code section 14.269I, which is the prohibition against massaging the genital area.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Council, as I said, I believe we're kind of working to consensus here, and if that would be the case, I would look for a motion regarding this matter. Councilmember Lohman.
Then, Mayor, I would go ahead and move that just as our city attorney has stated it precisely, as he has stated. I don't even want to vary and get it wrong, so I'm going to just move just as you stated that resolution.
I think what we officially need, the motion would be to approve the resolution to deny the massage therapist license renewal application for Yan, I'm not going to pronounce it correctly, Yanzia Chen, with the modifications recommended by Mr. Zuniga regarding the towel covering with subsection F as opposed to I. Is that correct? The exclusion of, yes.
That's correct.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution denying the massage therapist license as stated with the changes as stated. No further council discussion? Ms. Larson.
Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Busse.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for the information. Thank you for the discussion tonight. It's I appreciate the work, the passion, the obvious belief you have in your clients, and I appreciate also the difficulty that this is, and I express sympathy and empathy for that. So,
Thank you, man. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
We move on to our organizational business. As the clock strikes 10:15, Council, I would like to offer this as a suggestion that we alter our agenda this evening. We take on item 8.1 and 8.3, and we table item 8.2 until Mr. Verbrugge.
Mr. Mayor and council members, next week's agenda should be able to more than accommodate the discussion on CIP and facilities funding.
I think we just have that's too much of a discussion, I think, to rush, and I don't want to do that. However, I would like to get through item 8.1. If we have an agreement on that, I would move to modify the agenda to table item 8.2 until next week.
Second.
Motion and a second to adjust the agenda as stated. Any further discussion? Ms. Larson.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Beloga.
So when you said the motion was to adjust the agenda, is it also to table the item until next week's
Yes,
meeting?
that's correct. Item 8.2 would
Thank
be
you for
tabled
the
until next week.
clarification.
Yep. Any further questions? Ms. Larson.
Beloga,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Busse.
Aye. 7-0, we have tabled item 8.2 until next week, but we are going to take on 8.1. So Emily Larson, our Community Outreach and Engagement Specialist Coordinator, I'm not even sure what your coordinator, I think that's it, I wasn't sure, from our co-ed department. How about that? We'll say that.
Thank you.
To talk to us about board and commission policy and the draft of this. So good evening, welcome. Thanks for sticking with us this late.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. It's good to be here and revisit the topic of the board and commission process improvement. And so Chris is working on pulling up a presentation for me, but I'll go ahead and just explain an overview of what I'll be covering with you today. So we have visited this topic before, and some of the work that we have done has led us to this point of reviewing a policy. So I just want to highlight that there is a draft in front of it. We're not looking for action, but rather a discussion. And so I'll start by reviewing some background of what led us here. I'll provide an overview of the contents of this draft policy. and then highlight a couple areas to really focus on when we think about discussion and direction from council. And then we'll clarify next steps and get into some questions and discussion. So Chris, if you could advance 2 slides, please. So first, the background. This process improvement work connects to a few of your city council strategic priorities. The first is engagement and transparency, and the second is equity and inclusion. And we also point out here that the racial equity business plan identifies the goal of racial diversity on our advisory boards and commissions. And so that's part of these efforts that we're bringing forward to you today. We have been actively working on these process improvements starting last year in 2020 and again this year. And so some accomplishments that have come so far are some significant improvements to our webpage for boards and commissions. We've also implemented recruitment plans and have shared that information with you in the selection process. So the purpose of those plans is to have intention behind what we're doing to reach diverse candidates when we recruit for all of our openings. We also launched a new welcome packet this year, which outlines some key guidelines and policies that pertain to board and commission members, and also just provides a more welcoming experience, a more centralized place to find key information as people are taking on their new role. And then we've reached this point of policy development, and the purpose of this policy really is to pull all of this together in a more formalized way. And so through these efforts, I want to point out, next slide please, Chris, that while I'm standing here alone tonight in front of you, we have done a significant amount of collaborative work and public participation to reach this point. And so about a year ago, we did a series of focused conversations with staff liaisons and other staff who support boards and commissions. And through that work, we connected with staff to identify, what is it that's going well for you with this process and what are some areas for improvement that we should consider. We also, launched a group of staff that meet quarterly to talk about how things are going and just make sure we're having intentional connections between board and commissions. We also did a survey of the 84 applicants who applied to serve on our boards and commissions for appointments that began March 1st and received about a 50% response rate on that survey. And we asked about the application process for those individuals. We also launched a Let's Talk Bloomington page to seek some input on selection criteria and desired qualities for boards and commissions. And we brought that work to the table with some engagement with current board and commission members in developing that selection criteria, which I will cover in a moment. And so through this collaboration, we've identified some key themes that serve as driving forces, and I've talked about this previously with you all, but that really are driven by transparency, consistency, and clarity. Equity and inclusion is a big piece, and then some key considerations that have emerged through our collaboration with all key stakeholders point to the idea of having a selection criteria, and also by building interviews into our process for boards and commissions. And so Chris, if you could advance. So we've reached the point of having a draft for you to react to, and the purpose of this policy is to define consistent procedures and guidelines pertaining to the recruitment, application, selection, appointment, and onboarding for city boards and commissions. So really thinking about that process from when somebody learns of an opportunity, applies for an opportunity, is selected or not selected, and then walks into that space. And I want to point out that our policy does not modify any of the provisions outlined in city code, so just something to keep in mind. It's really meant to go alongside that, but ultimately city code is what would govern. This doesn't overtake anything in Chapter 2, Article 5. And then the contents reflect the purpose. So we have some documented language around recruitment, application, the selection process, the appointment process, and onboarding and orientation. Tonight, for the sake of time, we'll focus on the selection process, which involves some desired qualities and interviews. However, if you do have questions about the other contents of our policy, I encourage you to ask those as well when we reach the end. So Chris, if you could advance. So the selection process involves two key components we'll discuss tonight. The first is the desirable qualities for board and commission members. And so we've reached a recommendation for you that involves 6 of those qualities, and they were developed through a method called consensus workshop. And we had 12 participants from 7 of our board and commissions, and that involved current members and staff, and it was facilitated by 2 of our city staff, myself included, and then participants reflected on some comments they heard from the public from Let's Talk Bloomington. And so the consensus workshop process is meant to bring ideas together. So you begin with individual brainstorming, you work with small groups, and then you come back together as a large group to come to consensus on, what is it that we want to determine as an answer to our workshop question. And our question was, what are desirable qualities for board and commission members? And so next slide, please, Chris. So I show you this slide not to expect you to read all of the text, but to demonstrate the work that led to the outcome here of answering our questions. So you'll see some notes, you'll see small squares, and you'll see bigger squares. And so as a group, we work through those individual and small group ideas, which are the small squares, and come to consensus on, what is the significance behind those to help us answer that question. And so what we came to, you'll see on the next slide, is 6 desirable qualities for board and commission members. And in your packet, you did have a draft of the policy, which provided some additional bullet points that further define what these desirable qualities mean, reflective of the ideas that ultimately contributed to these being what rose to the top of our desirable qualities. And so you'll see a demonstrated passion for the future of the Bloomington community, a selfless community-driven decision-making skills with a high level of accountability and ability to execute, proactive and innovative problem-solving skills, a high level of interpersonal communication skills, commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, and contribution to the overall diversity of the group, an understanding of the purpose of impartial public service, and passion or knowledge in the particular subject area. And so through the consensus workshop process, we not only identify, what are those key qualities, but also do some reflecting as a group before we conclude. And so on the next slide, Chris, I want to share with you the advice that participants in our workshop expressed to be shared with you. And so when we've talked about, okay, what's really exciting about what we've worked through, what's still unclear, and then ultimately what advice do you have for City Council in the consideration of implementing these qualities, there's 4 key areas that emerged here for advice. And the first is to take diversity seriously and don't overlook it in this process, to be bold and innovative, focus more on the importance of lived experience and passion of candidates rather than on their traditional experience, such as degrees or things to build their resume, and also to be comfortable taking a leap and doing something different. And so next, I'll move on to interviews. Chris, if you could advance. Interviews is the other component of our selection that we're proposing that's a bit different than how we've been working in the past. And so in general, what we'd look to do is set a date for interviews prior to opening the application so that our applicants know this is the process, this is the deadline, and this is when we would be asking you to interview. And those interviews would be coordinated by city staff from the co-ed division. We'd be looking at 10-minute interviews. If you do the math, that seems to be the most reasonable when it comes to hearing from our applicants, but also recognizing the time of council in actually sitting through those interviews. And it would be approximately 3 days per year, just given the standard process we have for when terms expire and when we open applications and close applications. We typically have about 3 rounds in a given year. And so thinking about those general procedures and moving through the additional language in this policy, another consideration we thought through was how can we be clear about our process but also allow a bit of flexibility for us to really figure out what works. And so you'll see the proposal of an interview committee. And so each round of interviews, we would determine at a council meeting who that is. And all city council members would be invited to participate, as well as current board and commission members, particularly the chairperson, although there may be situations where the chairperson cannot participate or perhaps is seeking reappointment. And so we'd build that into the process as well. And then also thinking about subcommittees within the interview committee to offer simultaneous interviewing. And the purpose behind that concept is really just around time. So if we have 84 applicants, rather than having everybody interview 84 applicants, perhaps we divide them into groups of, say, 20 to 30, and then come together in a debrief meeting. And that would be a facilitated process for all committee members to talk through, what is it that we're seeing, and what do we want to recommend as a report for selection. And then ultimately, the appointment and voting process would take place at a regular meeting, just as it does now. And so you would continue to walk through the process of voting for an individual candidate like you do currently, but that vote or that recommendation would be based on a criteria and based on the additional information you learned from interviews. And so, next slide, please, Chris. We have reached the point, August 2nd today, of reviewing a draft policy, and our goal is in a little over a month to reach a point where we have a policy that this group feels comfortable adopting. And then the purpose behind that September deadline really is thinking about the next time we will be opening an application for boards and commissions, which is tentatively September 27th for the HRA, which would involve a deadline at the end of October, interviews in November, and appointments in December, and then we would turn around soon after that for our applications for what I call the Big Five, Advisory Board of Health, Creative Placemaking, the Human Rights Commission, the Park Commission, and Sustainability, which we're currently scheduled to open that application on November 1st and work through the deadline prior to the holidays and interviews sometime in January. And some of our timelines are a little bit different this year than maybe what you've seen in the past, and the purpose there is really to allow more time for effective onboarding and meaningful connection instead of rushing people into their first meeting after they're appointed. And so, we've now reached the point, Chris, for questions and discussion. So I know I walked through that information pretty quickly, but in thinking about what you've seen in your packet, what you've heard from me tonight, these are some questions just to reflect on as we engage in discussion here. So thinking about what do you like, what's missing, what concerns do you have, what questions do you have for me, and what would you like us to explore further moving on to the next steps?
Well, thank you. Thanks for pulling this all together. And Council, if you queue up for questions, I just have a couple as I look through this. I mean, what do I like about the draft? The thing that caught most of my attention were the suggestions by workshop participants. Take diversity seriously, be bold, be comfortable taking a leap. I think those are good things to remember. We've got to continue that. The jumping around here, what do we need to explore further? I really want to continue the conversation of the actual application, because I think that's a big first step for a lot of folks, and I think in some cases it can be an enormous barrier, but at the same time, I think that's the key to getting enough information about a lot of people and to try and figure out what we need to know and how to get it from people consistently and in a format that we can use and be able to look at it and understand exactly what we're talking about. I think that's a big difference. So I do like, I've been an advocate for interviews for a while because I know it's time consuming and can be a bit of a drain, but I think it's absolutely imperative if we're going to, I'm much more comfortable appointing somebody after looking them in the eye and talking to them, and so that's what I like about the interview process. So, others, thoughts? Councilmember Lohman?
I'll be much briefer than our conversation earlier today. I think you got to start somewhere, and I think this is a great place to start. Let me just take up where the mayor was at. From an application standpoint, I'll just kind of put it out there. I'm not a real big advocate of resumes and cover letters because I don't. This is not a job per se. This is you're giving something back to your community, and so from an application standpoint, one of the things I really liked, and I only share just a little piece of that part of it, which I think could apply to what we do here at the city. I was involved with the Rotary, and I was a Rotary Scholar. And they asked us to put together three essays. And we wouldn't necessarily need it to be 2 pages long. It could just be a page and a half or that kind of thing. But the 3 different essays were an autobiographical review of yourself, just kind of so we get an understanding of who you are as a person. And the second one was tell me all of your community involvement experiences. And then the last one was, well, why do you want this particular scholarship, or why do you want to be on this commission? And then I think the other thing that would be helpful as we go through the interview process, if there was a recommendation, even one little paragraph. So that'd be how I'd like to see our application process change, just to more so focus us in on that particular commission and a little bit more about the person's background. And I don't think anybody's, not every person that comes to the city that wants to be involved has got a resume. And then this would allow us to level the playing field a little bit more for those folks who maybe don't do resumes and cover letters day in and day out. And the other thing I would say is when I look at these, and I know we're just beginning and we're just getting started. When I look at these qualifications here, one of the things that I struggle with if I was going through an interview process, so let's just take the first one here, desired quality, demonstrated passion for future of the Bloomington community. And then over here, we've got the reflected piece, which is kind of the beginnings of how do we measure this? So alignment with the city's mission and vision. So then I wonder, well, how would I do that? How would I operationalize that, in terms of if I've got candidate A and candidate B, and we talked about this earlier today. And so that's my concern. But again, got to start somewhere. So this is a good place to start, and then we can move that process forward. So that's all I'll say.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I'm just super excited to see this in front of us again, and I think the progress that's been made is really exciting and really reflects a lot of the conversations that we've been having. And so what I really like the clarity and seeing it all laid out. I also do like having an interview process, because something that I have noticed since my time on council is that people who submit applications and then do the outreach to council members and schedule phone calls and have conversations are much more likely to get appointed. But I feel like that creates inequities, right? Because there's, power dynamics there, and there's knowing the system, the kind of unwritten system, right? Where it's if you know to do that, you are a step ahead of everyone else, and not everybody knows how to do that. And so that's why I'm a fan of just making it fair and having the interviews as part of the process. Something that I thought maybe was missing, or maybe some suggested changes, is just a kind of a process improvement piece once they're appointed. So evaluating their experience after they've been on a board or a commission after a year. I think some of our boards and commissions are very active. They make lots of decisions. And then I think some of them are not as actively engaged in decision-making. So like the Advisory Board of Health, for example. And I think that I would love to see us move in a way where we are evaluating the experiences of boards and commissioners so that we can continuously make sure that their time is spent in a valuable way. And then that leads me to my second piece, which something that kind of just came up for me was, how would it be, as we're talking about roles and responsibilities for boards and commissions, in terms of setting those expectations up front for applicants and appointees, that okay, if you're on the Board of Health, your role looks a little different. And even on the spectrum of engagement, you're kind of more in this spot. But if you're on the Planning Commission, you're way over here, making decisions, whatever, just to be a little bit more clear about how there are differences between the boards and commissions and the roles and the responsibilities. That gets a little bit more into the weeds. And then one concern I have, and this is kind of nitpicky, but in the desired qualities for high level of interpersonal communication skills, I think that kind of is a trigger for me, because communication skills, or the way people communicate, is highly cultural. And so there's lots of bias wrapped up in that. And I would love for it to just say high level of interpersonal skills, maybe, because when you look at the bullet points next to that, it's really not necessarily about your communication style or your effective communication. It's more about your interpersonal skills. So yeah, I think that would be my kind of initial feedback. But overall, I'm really excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a couple basic understandings, because reading the policy statement, there's authority, and it lists the some of the commissions, but not all. And then what's not included does not include the Port Authority, the HRA, nor the Merit Board. And it does not refer to why those are not included. And I believe they're all statutory commissions, but I think that needs to be explained to the public.
Mayor, Councilmember Beloga, thank you for that suggestion. You are correct in the statutory piece, and ultimately, when it comes to those types of things, I do lean on our legal team to make sure that I am not misspeaking. But I appreciate the suggestion, and we can add the clarity to the written policy.
Yeah, and it's a myth, but as long as we're talking about it, I just wanted to get that out. I think this is, as has been said already, a good start. You know, the unspoken part about what we're talking about tonight is the application, and that gets an awful lot of discussion here, and I'm going to jump on that also. You know, the current application should have some requirements. We see, you know, the last go around, I think it was said there were 84 applications, and I think that if you looked at about half of them, you would kind of see that there's a consistency of what people say in those. And I think what they're doing is responding to the question. And by having this broad, singular application, it begs that kind of thing. It doesn't say, why should you be chosen over somebody else? Instead of, you know, I've lived here now for 3 years or 30 years, and now I want to give back to the community and have decided that I'm going to apply to the HRA, the Parks and Rec, and Human Rights Commission. I mean, it really makes it difficult to peel the onion back to understand where people's focuses is and what their desires and why they think they can do all of the things and meet all the requirements of those opportunities better than the next applicant. So having more definitive statements and possibly different application forms for each board and commission. I know that's a challenge, but I think it's important. The other thing is you know, having done an awful lot of interviews through the years, I don't think 10-minute interviews really would suit it. We've had 20-minute interviews, and I always think it leaves you with the impression that, you know, you just want a little more time with the person. I know that, you know, then it's, you know, got to be cut someplace, and I know what the math tells you on 10 versus 20, but I just want to say that for my view of it, 10 minutes is far too short because you're going to devote 5 minutes of time to the candidate to tell us why they're there and what their interests are. And you don't get to answer many questions and get a response in the remaining 5 minutes. So enough on that one. I also wondered how we would deal with, you know, the 6 items that were noted on there did not have any knowledge or what's the word I'm looking for? You know, desired qualifications. Those 6 do not allow for specified requirements, which in some cases trump all of those. For an example, the Board of Review, there has to be a requirement that, a state requirement that those members of that board have either a license or an experience in that particular field. The provider on the Board of Health has a requirement that they're a provider in healthcare and so on. So again, I think that tends to lean to a separate application where we can get to the specificity of meeting the requirements of that particular board or commission. Also, I think we need to have a question regarding the knowledge of the mission of the particular board or commission. You know, why do they feel that they can contribute to a board or commission? So that I know that as chair of the Planning Commission for several years, one of the difficulties is the commission would hear testimony from a resident about a particular item, and as much as you emote it to want to agree to that, there are statutory requirements that say you have to follow these particular criteria in this case. And I know that those can be training and education, but I think it's incumbent on us as the city to inform the applicants that they do have those criteria so that they have knowledge so that they don't become disappointed and disillusioned in doing that thing, because we're encouraging boldness, innovation, challenging, and all those are good qualities, but in sometimes they're going to meet other items that seem to be contrary to those. And finally, I would suggest that at the conclusion, everybody who's doing the interviews uses some kind of a standard scoring sheet for each candidate with 3 to 5 different boxes that you can check on each of the questions, so that we can do an evaluation of factual rather than an essay kind of thing, where then you have to evaluate the essay to get to the information to make a choice on the candidates. So a lot of information, but I appreciate the good work that's been done. If you have any questions, maybe we can talk offline following the meeting, because I took an awful lot of time giving my thoughts on this one.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just a few thoughts. First of all, to sort of echo some of the other comments, I'm really glad to see some structure, some greater structure around this process. This has been one of the things that has kind of left me the most unsettled about the things we do, is just how little structure has been around this process. I would echo the comments that I'm Councilmember Bloga most recently, but just about everybody made as far as, the application. It's just, I think, really, really important for folks to be able to speak specifically to why they want to serve on that particular board or commission. Desire to serve your community is great. That's why we're all up here too. That doesn't tell me why you should serve on the Parks, Arts, and Recreation Commission. And to Councilmember Lohman's point, I'm not going to make a formal motion, but I would move that we prohibit cover letters entirely. And to be clear, I mean that beyond the board and commission process. I mean in the broader world, but I recognize where our authority is limited. The suggestions I have as far as this right now, the interview committee, I feel like there could be a little more specificity around that, how that's structured, how that works. Do we all volunteer for it, and then it ends up being the 7 of us and the board chair, or what? I would suggest that perhaps not all 7 council members should serve on the interview committee. And I don't know if that's a who's interested in raise your hands kind of thing, or if we say in advance this is the interview committee I would want to serve on. But just a little more sort of specificity around there. And the other, sort of beyond what other folks have mentioned, the other big piece that, you know, and I'm always a little bit wary of legislating how we legislate, but, you know, within this somewhat unsettling process, I've always been a little bit unsettled about the process for the council actually voting on appointments. Sometimes we go to a second round, sometimes folks switch their votes and we don't. And, you know, maybe that's a conversation we as a council should have with staff prompting, that kind of thing. But it just feels like there should be a standard there. Either we go, you know, meet this criteria, we go to a second round of voting, or, you know, if it doesn't, we don't, or whatever it is. And I don't have any specific thoughts on that at the moment, but it just feels like we kind of sometimes do one thing and sometimes do another, and I'm not really a big fan of that. And then the last question I had, and it was something that Councilmember Blogo raised, looking at the Exhibit B here, it does specifically mention the HRA, the Merit Board, and the Port Authority in terms of the interview time frame and so on. So I mean, is the thought that, yes, this process does apply to those? Sorry, my glasses are fogging up crazy. Yes, this policy, I should say, does apply to those boards, or no, it does not?
So to answer your question, Councilmember Coulter, is yes, it does. But ultimately, there are provisions in city code that apply to some of our other boards and commissions that, you know, this policy doesn't trump those. And so I can, you know, see based on some suggestions that were raised today where we need to build more clarity into the policy to further define that. But our HRA, Merit Board, and Port Authority, their terms expire at the end of the year as opposed to at the end of February. So that's why you see them called out specifically.
Yeah, okay. So that's table. Really the only distinction there is when the terms expire as opposed to anything else.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. That's all I have.
Any other comments, suggestions, ideas on this? Well, I would agree with, everything that everybody said. There's a lot of good suggestions, and I do think it's great to see the structure around it. And now to continue to move forward with it and take the suggestions we have. And you know this group. It's going to be at least another 2 iterations before we get to where we're comfortable. And and I understand that, but I do think it's good to have something to discuss and to talk through and to chew on as we move forward. And I think you and your colleagues have done a very nice job in this. So well done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. And you'll see, actually, I have one more slide, which is
sorry.
just to encourage you to reach out to me individually if you do have additional comments or questions after today.
Okay.
I've heard from some of you via phone or email, and we can continue to offer that opportunity to you as you need it, so we can get to a place where you're comfortable adopting a policy.
Sounds good.
All right.
Great.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Also, we've tabled item 8.3, 8.2, so actually we're moving to 8.3, which is the City Council Policy and Issue Update. Mr. Verbrugge.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I have nothing further this evening.
Council, anything to bring forward this evening? Councilmember Lohman.
Yeah, Mayor, I just had a couple of things here that I wanted to bring forward. Just one in the first district, that the Xerxes Avenue and Old Shakopee Road intersection improvement project. There'll be a public hearing that'll be scheduled for the August 9th City Council meeting. And I just want to encourage those folks that live in that area to come out for that particular day to be a part of that. And I'll skip that one there. And then the only other question that I had for, and I'm not necessarily looking for an answer today. I know, Manager, we've talked about this before. One of the things that I am concerned about is around some of our commissioners, and just in terms of, we kind of talked about this just a minute ago, in terms of their responsibilities and how they interacted with from the broader community. And I know we've had in the past, we've had situations where it wasn't clear as to what their roles were and how they interact with the public. And I just think that it would make some sense for us to kind of revisit that. It is a volunteer role, and so I just get concerned that sometimes they're subjected to some things that maybe not be appropriate for a volunteer to kind of go through. I just want to be sure that we're treating these folks with the greatest respect as possible, and then also clarifying where their roles should end and begin too as well in terms of how they interact with the public generally. So, but if that's something we could have a look at later on, and again, this is too late of a night to kind of talk about that, but I wanted to bring that forward.
Well, I think that based on our discussion, I think it's an addendum on to our discussion that we just had. Once we get the commissioners and board members selected, to make sure that they've got an understanding of what roles and responsibilities and how it all works as they move forward as commissioners as well. So I would agree with that. Just to put some formalization around it and some structure. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got the Pride celebration coming on the 14th, and that has created probably a lot of email to all of us and a lot of misunderstanding within the community, particularly to that which was described in the One Weekly, I'm sorry, the CMS, One Weekly. I had a back flash there for a moment a few years ago. But in any event, that helped bring clarity to the issues to me. But I think it'd be good if the manager could state what occurred, what will occur at that event, and what will not occur there. Because I think many people are concerned about what they see as a risk to their children and the community.
I would agree. Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Beloga, I very much appreciate the question and the opportunity to clarify. So for the folks who are interested in what will be going on at our Pride event on the 14th of August, it will be a family-friendly event. And that is the entire program, 5 to 9 p.m., is family friendly. The performers and the activities that are being chosen are being done in consultation with staff, community members, and some outside help who have organized these types of activities in the past. And those folks are helping to identify and select performers who will be there. And they're folks that are well known in the LGBTQ community for their performance art. And I think this concern that has emerged about any of the activities being harmful to children is, I think, inflammatory rhetoric, frankly. I'm going to editorialize a little bit. Let's be frank about what we're talking about here. We're having a celebration, a Pride celebration, that is about inclusivity. It's about celebrating members in our community who have been, over many decades, discriminated against. And the effort is to make sure that we have a safe and celebratory space for people who identify as being LGBTQ or those who are allies, advocates, or supporters of LGBTQ community members to come together. I think that if there are concerns about children being present and being exposed to some things, I think we should remember that the children who are probably going to be attending are family members or are friends of people who either identify as being gay, lesbian, trans, or other, or are themselves of that self-identity. So I think this notion that there is somehow going to be victimization of young people as a result of this event is pure fallacy. So our staff is working determinedly to make sure that this is a family-friendly event, and it will be a family-friendly event. Some of the information that has emerged today is new information. Staff will take a look at it, but I am committing today that this event will be a family-friendly and family-focused event.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Maybe the other point to make is what you included in the CMI about some of the information on social media not being created by the city, that it was hijacked, and that I think created a lot of misinformation about what may be appearing at this event.
I appreciate that additional prompt, Councilmember Beloga. That's true. There are brochures or flyers that are being circulated on social media that purport to at least look like city-produced material, and they are not. So I think that if residents have questions, certainly call us. We're happy to answer those. But there is information that's being produced by people who do not represent the city, are not part of the group that is organizing the event. And it is, I agree, Councilmember Beloga, confusing for some people to be seeing those mixed messages. So thank you for that opportunity to clarify.
Thank you for the response. I think that will help the community really sort this out as to what it is. And I appreciate the information myself also. My second item is it appears that the bipartisan infrastructure group within Congress has now got an infrastructure bill that all parties agree to. That's about $1 trillion, using the same mechanics, and I don't know if it's correct or not, but when the COVID bill was passed, it was 3.6. The state of Minnesota received 2.6 billion using that same mathematical process, which I doubt will be the process used. But on a $1 trillion bill, the state of Minnesota would receive about $722 million. And I hope that we as a city engage with our state representatives in advocacy of the 494 project, which is short in funding, because there will be many competitors for those funds. So I encourage us to do it early and often, as they say, and it's for a good cause. And when we look at the Expo coming up, I think that gives greater credence to the need for that, because if we have the kind of visitor projections, even with mass transit being so available, 494 could end up being a real black eye to that program unless it's been improved and have greater capacity. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Beloga, with the news about the bipartisan infrastructure bill, that is good news, and I want to let you know that staff was part of conversations with staff members from the U.S. Senate offices representing Minnesota, Senator Smith, Senator Klobuchar, last Friday, as we continue to amplify the message that we're very appreciative of what has been directed towards Minnesota and towards this project, and there is still much more to go. So we will continue that messaging, Councilmember.
Thank you much.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to first thank Councilmember Beloga for bringing up the issue with regards to the Pride Festival and clarifying that in the city manager's comments to clarify that to the public. I also received a number of emails that seemed to be woefully misinformed about what would be happening there. But one of the other aspects that I wanted to bring up with regards to that was a number of those emails connected it to the Black the Blue event in support of the police department and asking questions along the lines of why we weren't supporting our police department, why we didn't fund the police department, and things of that nature. And I just wanted to make it clear that we fully funded the police department, and I believe that every member of this council has spoken positively of the leadership and our officers, and has supported them both publicly and probably privately. And largely, I believe, because of the fact that they're taking the concerns that have been raised in the community in the last year, year and a half very seriously, and they had been before that. And we heard that tonight in our racial equity presentation about the work that they're doing there. And I just personally, it upsets me greatly for this council to be attacked for not supporting our police when we have, when you all have, and you know, can't, like the city manager said, there seems to be a different agenda there to provide misinformation. But if it's not clear, thank you to our police officers, and for those of us, for those of you that are able to go out tomorrow night with them on neighborhood night out. I think it's going to be a great event. Our police do a great job engaging the community. Our council's engaged in that. And anybody who says any differently, I completely disagree with. We have an amazing police force. They're supported. They're supported beyond what's required in terms of training, in terms of resources for mental and physical health, in terms of equipment and things like that. And I know there are concerns about crime and things like that. And I know that we have not withheld any resources from them in dealing with that. And our engagement people, both on the community and the residential side and the business side, have done an amazing job. I've been in the chamber where they're Chamber of Commerce where they're talking about that. I know that they've reached out to some of the apartment buildings where there have been issues and things like that. They do a great job for our community, and they should be supported, not denigrated because of what's going on in the broader region. So again, just thank you to our officers, thank you to our leadership of our police department, and thank you to this council for supporting them.
And thank you for your words, Councilmember. Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm recognizing the hour and that few people are probably watching a council meeting at 11 o'clock at night. So I will say this anytime anyone asks me. I am so confident that the Pride event on the 14th will be family friendly, that nap time and dinner time allowing, I will be bringing my children to this event. I have a daughter who will be 3 in October and who will be 5 weeks this Friday, and I am confident that they will absolutely be okay at this event.
And I look forward to seeing them there. Anything else, Council? If not, Council, I would entertain a motion
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Thank you. My goodness. Motion and a second to adjourn. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Larson.
Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Loman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much. Thanks to the
folks.
staff. Thanks to everybody who's watching. Thanks to my colleagues here. Well done. Good meeting tonight. Thank you.